All right, we are here for week 5 of Live with Friday Night Drive. The week 5 of the high school football season has officially begun. It's a lot of games that have been underway. There's a lot of scores that we're going to keep up with throughout the entire night. And as you can see, I don't really have anybody next to me in the actual studio, but I do have Steve Soucie who is with me, and he has got a plethora of ways to keep up with scores tonight. So, Steve, great to have you again, and yeah, how are things going for you tonight?
Should be pretty fun. I mean, I'm really looking forward to this. This is kind of a sensory overload experience for me right now. Got a lot of things flying around my head over here. Trying to sort it all out will be a little bit challenging, but definitely the kind of sensory overload that I enjoy. I'll put it. It's a positive experience. I'm not complaining in any way, shape, or form.
Who doesn't love just having a bunch of scores around them so that you can keep up with everything in high school football? I mean, come on. I don't really think there's a better way that you could spend your Friday night. So want to thank you to everybody who is taking the time to spend their Friday night with us. We do have a bunch of scores that have already, from games that have already begun from around the area. Steve, do you want to take us through a few that you have on your board so far?
Well, Brother Rice holding a 14-0 lead over St. Viator. Marist with a 14-7 lead over IC Catholic at the end of the first quarter. St. Francis holds a 7-0 lead over Joliet Catholic. A little bit of a surprise here. Brewing DePaul Prep holds a 14-7 lead over Providence midway through the second quarter. Marion Catholic off to a strong start tonight against undefeated Montini. They currently lead that game 13-0. Some games from outside the Catholic League that we're keeping an eye on. Princeton holds an 8-6 lead over Sterling early on. Maine South, a 13-3 lead over New Trier. 10-7 Wheaton North over Batavia at this point in time. Coal City with a 13-0 lead over Piatone. Lake Zurich out strong against Warren. They lead that game 17-7 at the point in time. Bolingbrook and Lincoln Way West coming up on halftime, or excuse me, the end of the first quarter there. 7-7 score in that one. Lincoln Way Central up 7-0 on Sandburg.
Okay, and yeah, we have some other scores as well from around the Fox Valley Conference. One of the games that we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on throughout the night is Cary Grove and Prairie Ridge. That one is currently tied at 7. Steve, I believe there was probably a lot of talk about it over the throughout the week, but 2 4-0 teams, Fox Valley Conference. Whoever wins tonight is going to have sole possession of first place. But again, this one is another one of those that could go either way.
Yeah, it really can. And it's just kind of history proving itself once again in the Fox Valley Conference. These are the 2 teams, 2 of maybe 3 teams that you kind of expect to be at the top here. After tonight's game is over, you'll have a solitary leader in the conference with whoever wins this game. And obviously we're seeing it right now, 7-7 tie, at the halftime break.
And we did hear that Batavia and Wheaton North are actually at halftime as well. And I did see Jake, who was around here at first, but it looks like he actually just went out. So maybe we can get him. Maybe we'll get him back in here to discuss his halftime report. But again, another one of those games with Batavia and Wheaton North. There always seems to be a game in this Duquesne conference where it's just incredibly pivotal, especially at this point of the season.
Yeah, it definitely is. And the Duquesne is so stacked at the top of that conference that you have 3 or 4 games a year where you feel like they are indeed, close coin flips. And once again, we've got another game, tied at halftime, 7-7, according to the latest Jake Bartleson tweet. So information I got a little bit earlier that Wheaton North had a 10-7 lead. Not correct. It is 7-7 at halftime between that game. Shock, a big tie between a tie between 2, strong programs at the halftime break. I'm shocked. I can't believe it. Another game that looks like it's shaping up to go down to the wire in the Duquesne. Never see those before.
Well, I think the other thing is that Jake seems to be having some connection issues, so maybe we could try to get him, we'll get him later. But at the same time, I feel like when Jake is at any of these games, that they're always insane. So it's just
I wonder if they run his media. They run his media credential, and they're like, "Uh-oh, gotta have an overtime game tonight, guys." I mean, that's that seems kind of the way that it goes with him, or a game that comes down to the last couple of minutes, because every week it seems like we're getting Jake on with a game that was decided in the last few seconds or in overtime, or he's definitely a magnet for if you want to see a close game, check the coverage schedule for Jake Bartleson and follow him out there, because you're probably, it's a pretty safe bet that that's the way it's going to go.
Yeah, definitely. So we do have Joe Stevenson in here with us. He is at the Prairie Ridge and Cary Grove game at halftime. Joe, it sounds like this was actually to be expected, because it's a 7-7 tie, and between two incredible teams in the Fox Valley.
Yeah, it's been exactly kind of what we were thinking this would be. Offense has been pretty tough to come by. Cary Grove scored first. Peyton Seberg to Jake Harnock for 38 yards. Here's my favorite stat of the year, I think, in our area. Peyton Seberg has 5 completions in 5 games. Cary Grove's quarterback, every one for a touchdown. So, and his dad's the coach. I'm joking, like, he should tell his dad to throw more, right? But they scored first. Cary Grove had a nice stop, but then on its 18-yard line, fumbled, and Prairie Ridge cashed it in with Dom Creator going 18 yards. That's about it. Dom Creator is like 65 yards carrying in the first half. Not a full-time offensive player, but a real playmaker for the Wolves. And, like I say, yards kind of hard to come by. And we're just getting ready to start the second half here.
Fastest gun in the West tonight here, Joe.
I'm loving it, man. We even had, unfortunately, like an injury for 5 or 10 minutes, and one of the Cary players had to be taken off the field. But we're still this early, so yeah.
Okay. All right, Joe. Well, thanks a lot. Really do appreciate it. Enjoy the rest
I'll
of the
talk to
game.
you guys after the game.
Yeah, hopefully. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. All right. We're going to keep rolling along here. Again, that was Joe Stevenson covering Cary Grove and Prairie Ridge. We're going to bring on Eddie. We're going to bring on Eddie Carifio, who has DeKalb and Naperville North. Eddie, it sounds like Naperville North is doing some pretty good things over there.
Yeah, for the first quarter anyway, their offense was just cruising along. They had a special teams touchdown. The DeKalb defense seems to be settling in a little bit, but their offense is still this Naperville North defensive line is really good. They're absolutely dominating things, just taking the running game completely out of the equation for DeKalb and keeping Latimer under a lot of pressure at quarterback. So all that said, their offense, man, can we talk about Luke Williams? Because this kid for Naperville North, this kid senior, he seems to just be the real deal. So absolutely plays wide receiver. He has a touchdown and 50 yards. He has an interception on Latimer. He also punts. It actually has looked pretty good punting. Nice big booming punts. One went out of bounds a little early, so only got 20 yards on it. But his other one went 47. So, I mean, he's a Purdue commit. He's one of the best players I've probably seen this year. And I'm including NIU players probably in that too.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Eddie. Thank you very much, Eddie. We do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the rest of the game, and hopefully we'll talk to you after.
Okay. See you guys.
Thank you. All right, we're going to keep things rolling along again. We've got Kevin Hieronymus, who is here with us. He is covering Princeton and Sterling. Well, Kevin, sounds like you've got a pretty good game on your hands.
Yeah, we got a game just how we expected tonight. Princeton's leading 8-6 at the half.
So how's Princeton sizing up in this game? I mean, Sterling's obviously a bigger school, a bigger program. Is it a fair matchup in that front?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's Princeton's strength of their game, and to be honest with you, Princeton's line is holding their own and probably playing better.
Okay. All right. Well, Kevin, thank you so much for your time. Do appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All righty. And now we have Josh Welge, who is here with us covering Plainfield North and Oswego. Josh, how are things going for you?
Hey, guys. Good. We're at halftime here at Plainfield North. Oswego and Plainfield North, 7-7. Really no surprise that it's a low-scoring game. These two teams have combined to give up, I believe, 54 points total through 4 games, and their defense has definitely bared out so far. Plainfield North led 7-0 for most of the half before Oswego. Brett Connolly to Michael Kelly, 44-yard touchdown pass with about 1:40 left in the half. You know, clearly it's very difficult to run against Plainfield North. They got some, really large gentlemen on the front line. And it seemed like as the half progressed, Oswego went to the air a little bit more, maybe trusted their junior quarterback, Brett Conley, a little bit more. Jeremiah Kane, very good senior wide receiver for Oswego. He has 4 catches for 101 yards. So, we'll see. I mean, Plainfield North's offense, they really put a lot of pressure on their defense, to be perfectly honest with you. They don't really do a whole lot offensively. They're honestly, to say they're not the most exotic offensive. Let's put it that way. They really, do a lot of zone reads or, kind of basically handoffs up the middle. So yeah, it's pretty much what I expected when these two teams together.
Was there a big fumble in that game too? I thought I saw that somewhere in one of your updates. Oswego had an early fumble that looked like they were going in and coughed it up.
Yeah, so Oswego, they previously had two times inside the 15-yard line. They missed a 30-yard field goal, and then on a 3rd and goal from the 3-yard line, there's a fumble right at the goal line. Plainfield North recovered in the end zone. Obviously, a big momentum play there for Plainfield North, but to Oswego's credit, they come back and score right before halftime. So yeah, I mean it's one of those games where I feel if one of these teams got up more than one score, it could be ball game. But I don't think either of these teams are going to get up by more than one score.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Josh, thank you so much for joining us. Do appreciate it. And hopefully we can catch up with you after the game.
Sounds good, guys.
All right. So that was Josh Welge. He is covering Plainfield North and Oswego. Got to talk to some of the reporters for the games that they're covering. Want to take this time to thank SGKR Law, Schweikert, Gannison, Kurzak, and Rundio is a personal injury and workers' compensation law firm dedicated to protecting injury victims. Our attorneys get results with hundreds of millions of dollars in total recovered for our clients to date. Call today 815-223-0177 or visit us at gannison.com to set up a free, no cost, no obligation consultation. And Steve, you got some more scoring updates for us?
Lincoln Way East looked like they were on their way to taking a 28-0 lead, but Andrew had something to say about that. The old 100-yard interception return for Jack Locante as Andrew trims it down to 21-7 late in the first quarter with Lincoln Way East. So that was one. Huntley now holds a 20-0 lead in their contest today. The IC Catholic Marist game still holds at 14-7, Marist leading. Sycamore has just punched in a score against Rochelle. They lead that game 7-0. And I think those are all the current updates that I currently have.
With IC Catholic and Marist, we were kind of hitting on that earlier. I guess with the way that IC Catholic has been playing so far, not entirely surprising with how they're doing against Marist so far.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, Marist comes into this game with 1-3 record and really kind of needs this one tonight. And I didn't think that I would be saying after 4 games that IC Catholic would be in as good a shape as they're in. So definitely, a situation that IC Catholic can be happy with their first run through the Catholic League so far, exceeding expectations.
All right, and now we have JT Petalty, who is at the Morris LaSalle Peru game, and JT, it sounds like Morris is doing pretty well.
As good as advertised, guys. It's a 26-0 Morris at halftime. Extra point, bad snap, and a 2-point conversion that have failed of about the only 2 things that have gone wrong for Morris all day. Just Carter Button, quarterback, with 2 touching pass downs. 2 passing touchdowns, and Jacob Swartz, the running back, with 2 rushing touchdowns. And LP's moved the ball a little bit, but they haven't been able to cross midfield other than they do the 40s.
Okay.
Morris right now, JT, does it look like just machine-like for them on offense right now?
Exact word I was going to use. Yeah, they're just, if they get stuffed on a run, they have exactly the pass play to call. If they have an incompletion, they have exactly the run play to call. Just the well-oiled machine firing on all cylinders, and it's just kind of the same story as last year. All this year, well on their way to 5-0, Steve.
All right, JT. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the game, and maybe we'll get to talk to you afterwards.
Yes, sir. Take care.
That was JT Petalty covering Morris and LaSalle Peru. So from what JT was saying, Morris is looking as good as advertised. And yeah, I mean, was this to be with LaSalle Peru? Was this to be expected playing against a team like Morris?
They've handled them pretty easily over the last couple of years. I mean, for Morris, the schedule gets complicated when they get into that stretch where they go Richmond, Burton, and then Sycamore back to back. But prior to that, past history kind of indicates that Morris doesn't really get pushed until they play those games. So not really surprised to see that at this point in time with Morris. They really just are. I can't really come up with a better word to describe a well-oiled machine right now in offense. A lot of experienced players that know what they're doing and they know how to execute what they do best. So very good for them. A little interesting scoring update over here between Lincoln Way West and Bolingbrook. I looked up, I saw that Lincoln Way West had scored to take a 14-7 lead. That lasted about 30 seconds. Bolingbrook completed a touchdown pass. That game is now tied at 14 midway through the second quarter.
So with Lincoln Way West and Bolingbrook, is this another one of those games that could potentially be pretty high scoring? I mean, I know given Bolingbrook's offense and the potential that they have to put up a lot of big numbers, but could this be another one of those shootouts?
Well, so far Lincoln Way West looks up to the task. So we talked a little bit last week about them, going to a backup quarterback because of an injury. That he's going to go the rest of the way now, but Lincoln Way West is getting really good production from their running game. Joey Campagna is doing a really nice job for them. He's already got at least one touchdown tonight in this game. And they're kind of content to try to, power run the football. And I'm not so sure that's a good blend for the Bolingbrook defense. So, they might be able to do some damage offensively and kind of trade points. And that's what it looks like we're doing so far. So, up to a high octane type of situation potentially. Another Southwest Suburban Conference update. Bradley Bourbonnais just scored a touchdown to take a 12-10 lead over Lockport midway through the second quarter.
Okay, sounds good. We got some other scoring updates that I'm watching on. This is nice having two screens this time around, so I can, it's nothing like Steve has, but at the same time you can kind of just keep up with just a little bit more. So we just saw an update from Josh Welge about Minooka taking a 33-7 lead over Oswego East. So we have that. We also have in the NUIC, we have Forreston 40-0 against West Carroll, and that is at the half. Joliet Catholic leading Wheaton St. Francis 21-7. Steve, you might have hit on that one a little bit earlier. And let's see here. What else do we have? We've got some other scores coming in.
Let me add a little bit of color to that Minooka Oswego East score.
Yeah,
I just
please
picked
do.
up something. Oswego East, apparently in their last 6 plays, 4 of them have gone for Minooka turnovers. I don't know if I've ever seen a ratio like that before. So obviously Minooka forcing some extra scoring opportunities and taking advantage in that one.
Okay, so we have a nice little highlight to play for you guys now. It's from the Fenwick game, and it looks like a nice touchdown pass here from Merrick Hill to Emmett Romeus. Okay, and in that game, it's we've got a 7-6 lead for Fenwick, and that is in the second quarter. Michael Dwozak is out there covering that one. So that one seems to be pretty tight so far, especially in the second quarter.
Yeah, it's another one of those games in the Catholic League. You look at it on paper, and you're like, this one could go either way. So once again, not surprising to see those teams kind of jostling with one another early on.
And a couple more scores that a couple more scoring updates we have here. Wheaton Warrenville South leads St. Charles North 21-7. I don't know why that kind of stands out to me. Was that to be expected for tonight?
I wouldn't have expected that, to be completely honest with you. I don't really know where I expected Wheaton Warrenville South to kind of fall in this Duquesne race. That's a good sign for them. I mean, obviously, I didn't know if they were able to play in the upper tier there, but it looks like they clearly are.
All right. And if you're just joining us, I want to thank you again for tuning in to Live with Friday Night Drive. I'm Jimmy Musial alongside Steve Soucie. We've already been talking to a bunch of reporters about their halftime updates. A lot of great games going on. And I want to take this time to thank another one of our sponsors, Candlelight Inn. Come to Candlelight Inn, home of the original Chicken George and Jan Sauce. Dining, carry out, and catering available. Locations in Rock Falls, Sterling, as well as Clifton, Iowa. Come try the original Chicken George today. And and as the night goes on as well, for everybody who is going to be tuning in, especially in the chat, we've had a lot of people who have been very, very much engaged with what's been going on here on Friday night. So we truly do appreciate that. I already have a scoring update from Michael Ballamy, and I really hope that I'm pronouncing that last name right, because he really does help us out with a lot of scores. So I've got Moline 14, Rock Island 7. And that one is at the half. It'll be Rock Island ball after halftime is over.
Yeah, that's a pretty important game for Moline to get themselves in a situation to kind of get them back on track. Rock Island really scuffling after that overtime loss last week to Sterling Newman. So sitting on those two, that final for me it's about where I expected at this point in time. But I think this is a pretty pivotal game for Moline to get a win.
Definitely. Has there been any? Does Richmond Burton? Do they play tonight?
Yeah, they do. I have not seen a score on them so far this evening.
Okay, so Dallas, who's in the chat here, we do want to thank you for asking about it. We actually do not have a score on that one just yet, but as soon as we do have something, we will be sure to put it out there for you. Checking on some other scores here. It looks like we have Geneva up on Glenbard North, 34 to nothing at the half. And it looks like Chris Lake Central is also up on Chris Lake South, 13 to nothing. And that one is at half as well. As you can see, we're going to be flashing scores on the screen. For a team like Chris Lake Central and Chris Lake South, I feel like, how important is this game for both of them, especially in that juggernaut that's the Fox Valley?
Well, I think when you look at the Fox Valley on paper right now, you have the obvious three teams at the top. You have Cary Grove, Prairie Ridge, and Huntley. And I think, a step below them, probably fourth in that group, is Jacobs. So what you're having to do in this situation is you're basically fighting for a fifth spot to get a playoff berth. So there are, 3 or 4 teams that I think have a legitimate argument that they might be able to do that. But these are games that both of those two teams have to have. Either that, or they're going to have to upset one of those other teams that we talked about before, because there's just no path to get to a 5-4 record if you don't win all those games against the teams that are outside of that group of 4. So you either have to get all those wins or beat one of the big 4. So those are your options. So games like this one, Crystal Lake Central, Crystal Lake South, huge for both of those teams.
Definitely. So we have another update here from actually that Bolingbrook, and let's see, is that Bolingbrook? Yes, it is. Bolingbrook. No, that's Bradley Bourbonnais. Sorry, Bradley Bourbonnais and Lockport. So it looks like Convante Sutton slams in for a touchdown from a yard out, but the extra point is missed off the left upright. 6:19 left in the second quarter. So Bradley Bourbonnais with a 12-10 lead over Lockport. And that is from Randy Whalen not too long ago. So that one definitely a pretty tight game so far as well.
Yeah, this was kind of one of those situations where you really kind of expected it to be back and forth and kind of down to the wire. Last year, Lockport won this game in Bradley, same scenario that we have again this year, with a last-minute touchdown. And it was a back and forth game. I was at the game, so I remember the specifics of it quite well. These two play close football games. They have for years. It doesn't surprise me at all that we're sitting here now passing the lead back and forth between these two teams.
And we have C-Rob309 who is in the chat, and he is giving us a bunch of scoring updates. So we've got Peoria High and Peoria Manual. Peoria High is up 38-0 at halftime. Peoria Notre Dame is up 15-14 on Jacksonville High. That one is at halftime as well. And it looks like we do have a Richmond Burton score. So C-Rob309 puts in here Richmond Burton 14, Plano 7. That's in the second quarter. So that one
got an update on the Bolingbrook Lincoln Way West game. Bolingbrook just scored another touchdown, have taken a 21-14 lead over Lincoln Way West. Jonas Williams to Chico Thomas for the second time tonight for a score.
Okay. And let's see here. So again, more, we've got actually another scoring update here. Just got through seeing it from Dan Wuso. It looks like Newman is up on Erie Prophetstown 8-0. There's 4:57 left to play in the third quarter of that one. There was let's see here, a fumble. Erie Prophetstown coughs it up on a fly sweep. Newman recovers at their own 46. And then Evan Bushman hits Carter Rude over the middle for 36 yards on a 3rd and 26. And then a few plays later, Bushman 3-yard touchdown to Isaiah Williams in the left corner of the end zone. Hence the 8-0 score for Newman so far.
Sycamore just punched in a touchdown literally right before the halftime buzzer. They lead Rochelle 14-0 with 6 seconds to play in the second quarter.
With Sycamore and Rochelle, I know Rochelle is a really, really good team. So, could this be another one of those back and forths, or do you think does Sycamore have maybe just a little bit more than Rochelle?
Well, this is a great measuring stick game, I think, for both programs at this situation. Rochelle comes in with a 3-1 record, and early in the year, I didn't know how good they were. That loss came to a Morton team that I didn't really know that much about. Well, Morton's out to a 4-0 start and looking like a pretty good football team. So that doesn't look like as bad of maybe a loss as I might have thought it was a couple of weeks ago. So I was interested to see how Sycamore matched up with Rochelle tonight. Definitely something that I'm looking to monitor for the rest of the evening.
And Cary Grove and Prairie Ridge, there's quite a bit going on over there. Joe Stevenson just put out 14-14, tied, 4:22 left in the third quarter. Prairie Ridge's Joey Vanderweel with a 5-yard touchdown, and then Cary Grove's Andrew Prio ran back the ensuing kickoff, 94 yards for a touchdown. So again, a crazy sequence, but we have the Joey Vanderweel 5-yard touchdown run right here. Okay, I heard the pop from here on the tackle I don't know who got tackled at first. Obviously, it wasn't Joey Vanderweel, but with the two option teams running at each other, basically, you just have to you got to tackle your assignment. And I heard that pop right there. That was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that was nuts. That was definitely a crazy sequence there for both of those two teams. Remember when we were talking about how Lockport and Bradley, are going to change the lead multiple times this evening? In the 5 minutes since we mentioned that, Lockport scored 2 touchdowns and now leads 24-12 in that game against Bradley Bourbonnais. So definitely foreshadowing there in a game that looks like we're going to have a lot of action going on.
Okay. Another update from Newman and Erie Prophetstown. Excuse me. Newman recovers sky kick at EP 29, capitalizes with a 29-yard tip drill touchdown from Evan Bushman to Daniel Kelly, underthrown tip by defender, but caught around EP 5, and Kelly walks it in. 2-point conversion run is stuffed. However, 14-0 in favor of Newman in that one. And now we have Tim Cronin, who is joining us at halftime. He is covering Lincoln Way Central against Sandburg. So, Tim, how's it going for you?
It's going great for the Knights so far. Lincoln Way Central leads 17-0 at the half. Noto and Meyer have scored touchdowns. They're looking pretty sharp so far.
With Lincoln Way Central tonight, did they come out on top of it right from the get-go? I know that was an issue last week for them.
Well, not really. Sandberg actually moved the ball pretty well on their first drive with passing plays, 4 first downs, and then a 5th one. They only have 8 first downs overall. They bogged down. Legal Central took advantage of the turnover to get its first touchdown and then added a field goal right after that on the short field. So they're looking good now, but it hasn't been all sweetness and light. They do have a 130 to 93 yardage advantage in the NFL, so that bodes well for them. And they ground the ball well, so they've ruined the clock.
All right. Well, Tim, thank you so much for the halftime update. Really do appreciate it, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the game.
Cheers. Thank you, fellas.
Thanks, Tim.
All right, that was Tim covering Lincoln Way Central against Sandberg, and I want to take this time to thank R.E. Duchesne. R.E. Duchesne Construction is a licensed and fully bonded exterior contractor serving Will, Grundy, and Kendall counties. R.E. Duchesne has an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. Call 815-722-2821 for all your home improvement needs. Financing available. Check us out on the web, reduchene.com. And I think I actually saw. Oh yeah, go for it. Sorry, nope, go for it.
More scoring updates. 7-0 St. Ignatius over Nazareth in the first quarter. Hersey holds a 14-0 lead over Buffalo Grove in the second quarter. Mount Carmel with a 7-3 lead over Carmel in the second quarter. That's kind of interesting to me early on that Carmel's been able to kind of keep Mount Carmel down in that one. So that's an interesting score to kind of keep monitoring as we go along here.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with the numbers that Mount Carmel's been able to put up. It's a battle of 2 4-0 teams. However, it was something. It was on one of the games to watch. If you guys didn't check it out, it's on FridayNightDrive.com. You can always find all the great content, on there. FridayNightDrive.com, NorthwestNWHerald.com. And let's see here. We've got another couple of scoring updates here. It looks like I thought I saw Richmond Burton was up 21-7 on Plano, and that's okay. That is in the second quarter. St. Joseph's Ogden 21-19 over Carterville, and that is at halftime. Greenville 13, Pana 6. That is at halftime as well. We've got Morton with 22-0 over Pekin, 51 seconds left in the second quarter, and then Mundelein and Stevenson. So Stevenson is up 7-3 at the half for that one.
Yeah, that's an interesting one to me. I mean, Mundelein is a team that's gotten out to a 4-0 start, and absolutely no one's talking about them right now. And history kind of says you got to prove it to us. I mean, because the 4 teams that they've beaten so far, most of them have struggled. So hard to tell if this is really legitimate. I thought this was a great game to indicate whether or not Mundelein was worthy of conversation near the top of that conference or was likely kind of in the middle. So really giving Stevenson a good game there. It'll be interesting to see how that one plays out.
And we have another update from Michael Dwojak. Merrick Hill finds Nate Marshall for a 3-yard touchdown to make it a 14-6 lead for Fenwick with 16 seconds left in the second quarter. And we have the clip of the touchdown pass right here. So that capped off an 84-yard drive for Fenwick on that score. And from Michael Dwojak, Marshall sounds like Marshall is one of those players that can do it all.
Yeah, this was a guy that we were talking about a lot in the preseason as being a real difference maker, and it was going to be interesting to see how much he had developed in the offseason, and it really looks like he's definitely climbing that mountain and getting it done.
And speaking of Michael Dwojak, we actually have him here with us for his halftime update. Michael, we just got through putting the clip that you had of the Nate Marshall catch on the air, so perfect timing.
Yeah, I mean, that play, this is my first time seeing Nate Marshall in person play, and he's quite the specimen. He is, I understand why the big schools are really interested in him. And, you saw his athleticism on that play right there.
Yeah, I've only seen huddle clips of him. Definitely a special guy, can make things happen for you. And, no matter where they end up putting him on the field, right?
Yeah, mind you, he's, playing nose tackle the entire time. So he's taking the brunt of it on the defensive line, and then he just comes in there at the 3-yard line, and he just comes in and makes an athletic play like that, something you would expect from a top tier wide receiver. So He just can really do it all, and it's really impressive just to see what he's been able to do, especially as a junior right now.
All right. Well, Michael, thank you very much. Do appreciate your update here, and enjoy the rest of the game, and hopefully we'll talk to you after.
All right, talk to you guys soon.
All right, Michael Dwojak covering who and I'm so sorry. Who's Fenwick playing tonight?
Fenwick is playing Niles Notre Dame.
That's what I thought. Okay, I thought I saw the Notre Dame. It was like a Notre Dame account, but I just want to make sure that I got that right. So Fenwick over Niles Notre Dame right now at halftime, 14-6. Just got through talking to Michael Dwojak. We have some other scoring updates here. By the way, C-Rob, thank you very much for putting all of these in here. This really does help us out. Again, so we had Stevenson up on Mundelein 7-3, and that's at halftime. Monticello is up on Pontiac 27-8. That is at halftime as well. Let's see. We also have Seneca, who is up on Ridgewood 30-0 at halftime, and then Tolono Unity Tolono Unity and Bloomington Central Catholic. Bloomington Central Catholic with a 28-7 lead over Tolono Unity, and that is in the third quarter.
That's a pretty notable score to me, to be completely honest with you. I saw Tolono as Bloomington Central Catholic as being kind of equal heading into this game, and maybe Tolono a slight step ahead of them. So Bloomington Central Catholic really proving their mettle in that Illini Central game.
An update from Huntley and Hampshire. We do have a 27-0 lead for Huntley. I don't think that's not really to be unexpected. But yeah, so that one is in, I'm not entirely sure what quarter that's in right now, but 27-0 in favor of Huntley.
I got a scoring update from the Maine South New Trier game. It's Maine South 33-3 over New Trier at halftime. I'm pretty surprised by that one too, to be honest with you. Not necessarily that Maine South is winning, but the comfort in which they're doing it. I saw New Trier last Thursday in a narrow loss to Barrington, and I was pretty impressed with them, to be completely honest with you. So seeing what Maine South's doing to them tonight, definitely a little bit of a surprise.
How are things going with Marist IC Catholic?
The last time I saw, we still had I believe it was a 14-7 game in that one. Yeah, that's halftime, 14-7 Marist, at the break. So definitely a game that like we talked about before, I thought was pretty pivotal for Marist. Not necessarily one that IC Catholic had to have tonight, but that's a game. Although Marist isn't still in the blue, I still kind of think of them as a blue team and one of the more upper echelon schools in the Catholic League, not only in how they're going to be as a football team, but size-wise. They're going to have a big roster. They're going to have a big size advantage on you. I see Catholic, people forget. I mean, there's less than 300 kids in that school. That's by enrollment, that's a 2A, 3A school. So definitely, the situation that you're talking about here, to see IC Catholic down 14-7 at half, I'm sure they don't like to be behind, but it definitely proves that they're capable of playing with those schools at those upper echelon rungs of the Catholic League. And I think that was probably the biggest question coming into this game. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, especially for IC Catholic and, the way that they have been playing all season long and, up to this point, it's definitely been something to watch. I do have confirmation that Huntley game is in the third quarter. Thank you very much for that, C-Rob. Do appreciate that. Let's see. Michael Ballamy has Moline 14, Rock Island 10, and that is in the third quarter. 4:46 left in the third. Taking a look at some other scores. Do you happen to have a scoring update for Jacobs Dundee Crown?
I have not seen that one.
Okay. The latest that I have right now is 36-26 at halftime in favor of Jacobs. So it sounds like a high scoring game. I want to see if we'll keep our eyes on that one as well.
I do have a couple of other ones here. Crystal Lake Central is up now 13-0 over Crystal Lake South at halftime. 21-7 lead for Wilmington over Reed Custer midway through the third quarter. So opening that one up a little bit. And St. Rita is rolling with a 42-0 lead over Marmion, still in the first half in that one.
Okay. Looks like we have a halftime score here of 8-6 between Hersher and Streeter. So Hersher is up 8-6. That's from Brian Hoxie. Rob Osterly just put a post out there about Bolingbrook and Lincoln Way West. West's Zach Hermanson boots a 37-yard field goal to make it 21-17 in favor of Bolingbrook. 12 seconds left in the second quarter.
Yeah, I just saw that one flying through the uprights just a few seconds ago. Halftime, Lockport 24, Bradley 15. Bradley hit a field goal as time expires in the first half there. So once again, another one of those games where it looks like special teams could end up playing a factor. So definitely an adventurous one down there at Bradley tonight. Yeah, really going to be, I think that one shapes up to be one of the more interesting games to keep an eye on in the second half. Also at halftime, this one, I don't really know what to make of this one. Marian Catholic leads Montini 26-21 at halftime. So definitely kind of a crazy one going on there.
What's so crazy about that one?
Well, Marian Catholic's been a really tough team to kind of read. I mean, they have had good weeks, they've had bad weeks. I mean, so for them to come in and, have that lead over Montini, who has been, they're 4-0 out of the box and have some good wins. I would have thought that this was the kind of team that Montini could lock up that fifth win tonight. But it looks like Marian Catholic's giving them a much better fight than I thought they were going to.
Okay, and by the way, that Jacobs score that I read, 36-26 in favor of Jacobs, that is actually a correct score. We just got that confirmation from Kyle Neighbors, who's helping us out again tonight. I have to say that I didn't really expect this, just because I always say this, it's no disrespect to a team like Dundee Crown, especially with Jacobs and the teams that they have had to play against, kind of like a front loaded schedule, but that's a pretty high scoring game right there.
Yeah. And I mean, it definitely wouldn't be something that I was expecting coming out of the box here, from a game like this. We talked about it earlier with the Fox Valley, kind of the way you expect the tiers of that conference to play out. And, I know Jacobs has had a brutal schedule to start the season, but I would have thought that they, would be able to regroup and kind of take control of this game. But it really hasn't. Obviously, it has not played out that way. So, definitely a dogfight on their hands moving forward.
And we have actually a pretty big update here from Jake Bartles and with the Batavia and Wheaton North. So just reading his post here, big momentum shift for Batavia. Wheaton North driving, Hauser sack fumble, Batavia offensive touchdown, 6 plays later, wiped out on a penalty, and then McNamara with a 30-yard field goal, which is good. So 10-7. That is the score of that one. I'm not sure if it's 10-7 in favor of Batavia or Wheaton North.
Pretty sure it's Batavia.
Okay. All right. So, so again, Jake has a pretty insane game on his hands there, especially, out there in the Duquesne Conference. So again, 10-7 in favor of Batavia over Wheaton North at this time. 3:23 left in the third quarter, from his last post there.
Okay. Just checking to see if I've got any interesting updates right
Yeah.
now.
No problem.
Mantino picked up a 55-9 win over Lyle tonight. Mantino kind of catching a little bit of a groove here for the Panthers. So won last week over Streeter, kind of putting things together, it looks like. So I believe that's 3 wins in a row for them. So end of the third quarter, Oswego and Plainfield North are still knotted at 7. So a good old-fashioned rock fight in that one over there with Josh Welge. So looks like that one could be coming down to the wire. Real defensive struggle does not surprise me.
Okay, and we have another halftime update here from looks like Rob Osterly. He is here with us covering the Bolingbrook Lincoln Way West game. And Rob, sounds like you got a pretty tight game on your hands.
Yeah, it's gone just about how anybody would expect. Bolingbrook's hitting some big plays through the air. Dennis Williams. Home has only got 231 yards and 3 touchdowns in the first half. And then Lincoln Way West is pounding it on the ground. Their 2 running backs are combined for about 120 yards, so, and chewing up a lot of clock. So kind of what you would expect. Lincoln really wants to keep Bowling Green's offense off the field, and they've been able to do it for the most part.
Have they done much attempting of throwing the football, or has it just been pretty much ground and pound?
Pretty much ground. They've done a few play actions, kind of reached the fullback out into the flat, a little Kyle Juszczyk type of play, and a couple of screens for Campagna. They've thrown a couple deep shots just to show that they'll do it, but really nothing threatening. It seems like Bolingbrook can just throw it deep whenever they feel like it.
All right. Well, Rob, thanks again for the halftime update. Really do appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of the game.
Okay, thanks a lot.
That was Rob Osterly, who is out covering Bolingbrook and Lincoln Way West. So again, tuning in. If you're tuning in just now, I want to thank you for joining us here on Live with Friday Night Drive. I'm Jimmy Musial with Steve Soucie, and also want to take this time again to thank one of our awesome sponsors, especially SGKR Law. Schweiker, Gannison, Kurzak, and Rundio is a personal injury and workers' compensation law firm dedicated to protecting injury victims. Our attorneys get results with hundreds of millions of dollars in total recovered for our clients to date. Call today, 815-223-0177, or visit us at Gannison.com to set up a free, no-cost, no-obligation consultation. And looking at some other. Oh yeah,
Warren has just punched in a touchdown against Lake Zurich. They are lining up for the extra point right now. That makes that score 17-13 with this kick pending. So Warren tightening that one up a little bit. We have gone to half in that Bolingbrook Lincoln Way West game, like we just saw. So most of the games that I'm watching on screen are currently at half. So not a lot of updates on my end.
So with Warren and Lake Zurich, I know that's Lake Zurich, a very, very, very good program, obviously, and Warren having to get themselves back to 2-2 after starting with that 0-2 start. Is this another one of those games that really could go either way?
I think this is actually a little bit more of proving that Warren still belongs in the conversation to be at the top of that league, because Lake Zurich took it away from him last year after pretty much a decade of Warren being the championship team out of that league. So can Warren get it back, or is this Lake Zurich's now that Warren has to try to take away from them? So I thought this was a good proving ground for Warren to necessarily prove that they are still the dominant team in that league, because Lake Zurich is making their case.
All right. Absolutely. So, so let's see here. Just looking at some other scores, we have looks like Muhammad Seymour up 7-0 over Taylorville, and that is in the second quarter. I'm just refreshing my screen here, so please correct me if I'm wrong on any of these. Did you have an update on Coal City and Peatone? Because the last time that we had checked, wasn't that 13-0?
It is much wider now. I believe it is
okay.
41-6. Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Absolutely. So now we're going to go ahead and get another update from one of our reporters who is at half. It's Brian Hoxie, and he is covering Herscher against Streeter. Brian, this is a pretty tight game so far.
Yeah. I mean, if you showed up about 5 minutes in, you missed everything, because everything happened right at the beginning of the first quarter. Streeter got the ball. Third play of the drive, 50-yard pass from Christian Benning to Matt Williamson, and Benning had been out with an injury, so Streeter fans, good to see him back on the field. And then Herscher, their first drive, 12 plays, kind of grounded down, 4-yard pass from Tanner Jones to Jack Howden. I butchered that name probably, but and then since then, 3 and outs, both sides, and we're at halftime 8-6. Herscher up on Streeter.
Yeah, just kind of I guess both teams trying to find their footing a little bit here. I know they both struggled over the last couple of weeks to both put up points and stop people. Yeah,
it's a two dynamic or different ways of going about it. Herscher's ran the ball 25 times, and Streeter's passed it 20 times. So. Kind of different styles, but both have been working. It's just, they both got it down to inside the other team's territory a couple times, but then just couldn't get that next first down to keep the drive going.
Okay. Well, Brian, thank you so much for the update at half. Do appreciate it. And sounds like this one could go down to the wires. So enjoy the rest of the game.
Okay, we'll do. Thanks, guys.
All right. Brian Hoxie covering Herscher against Streeter. That one is at 8-6 at halftime. We have another halftime update from Lincoln Way East and Andrew, and that is being covered by Steve Millar. So, Steve, how are things going out by you?
Hey guys, Lincoln Way East up 28-7 at halftime over Andrew. Andrew coming in at 3-1 has been pretty competitive. They did a back-breaking play there in the last minute of the first half. They drove down to the Lincoln Way East 10, tried a little screen pass, and the big defensive lineman Mike Jamillo intercepted it for Lincoln Way East to keep the 21-point lead intact. Mary Muhammad's been the big workhorse for Lincoln Way East in the backfield. 142 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns already in the first half.
So Lincoln Way East has made an asserted effort to kind of go to the ground game. It's something they haven't really done all that well this year.
Yeah, Braden Tisher has struggled a little bit. He's thrown 2 interceptions. One of them was in the end zone and returned 100 yards for a touchdown by Jack LeConte. So that's a big highlight for Andrew. He threw another interception later in the half. But yeah, they've ran the ball well and they've taken advantage of some short fields. Andrew tried a fake punt that didn't work. They fumbled deep in their own zone. And Stefan Gardner just had a 52-yard punt return down to the 3 to set up a short touchdown. So East is taking advantage of some short fields.
All right, Steve. Well, thanks a lot for catching up with us. We surely really do appreciate it, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you after.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, that was Steve Millar, who's covering Lincoln Way East and Andrew. So another couple of teams that are playing against each other tonight is Palatine and Hoffman Estates. Dominic Ball, a guy that a kid that has been talked about quite a bit, especially for Palatine, had a 54-yard touchdown run to put Palatine up 35-14. Again, that's over Hoffman Estates, and we've got that clip for you right here. And that was credited, by the way, to it was Gridirons on Twitter. So thank you very much for putting that out there. We truly do appreciate that. So we can get what was really it was a pretty nice run there by Dominic Ball. I saw the little hesitation move to fool the defender a little bit and took it all the way.
Yeah, he's a heck of a player. It doesn't surprise me he's having a big night in this one. Just one of those situations where Palatine finally starting to show a little bit of momentum after some, really tough schedule to start the season. Right now they're sitting at 2-2, hoping to get that to 3-2 and kind of keep that ball rolling down the hill, if you will.
And looks like there was something pretty crazy that was happening. I think it was not too long ago. It was a block by Batavia. Looks like it was a blocked field goal. So Batavia and Wheaton North, man, they're just sticking it to each other and they're keeping it close.
Well, that's one of those games that you just kind of have to expect that there are going to be plays that need to be made by whoever ends up winning that game. I'm not saying it's over by any stretch of the imagination, but when you look back at the final of a game, you can talk about plays like that may have been the ones that turn the tide for you. So big play by the Batavia special teams right there.
And some other scoring updates. We have Princeton, who is, and again, CRob309, thank you very much for putting these out there for us. Really do appreciate it. So Princeton is up 14-6 over Sterling, and that is with 2 minutes left in the third quarter. That update was from a little while ago, so probably in the fourth quarter by now. And then let's see here. We have Unity and BCC. BCC is up 35-7. In the third quarter. I believe that is Bloomington Central Catholic over Tolono Unity. We have Athens and Williamsville, who are tied at 14 apiece. Third quarter with 3:27 left in the third. And then Eureka is up on DMAC 28-6, and that is 6 minutes left in the third quarter. We have West Frankfort up on Nashville. Sorry, I had to read that back. Nashville is up on West Frankfort 28-26, and that is in the third quarter. As you just saw, we had a game go final, and that just got flashed across our screen. Byron putting up 51 points on Oregon. I'm going to get this one wrong. I have a feeling. 51-0 over Oregon. And Byron just continuing to put up the points, Steve.
Well, I guess that's just what they do now. I mean, before that final got popped up there, I was going to ask you, there were 51 points scored in that game. You want to guess how many of them were scored by Byron? Because actually, believe it or not, that's a season low for Byron. And it's a season low by actually a pretty substantial margin. I'll run them down for you real quick. 77, 64, 70, and 69 points scored in their previous 4 games. So just a little bit of offense going on for the Byron Tigers right now.
I want to say it's some type of, I want to say that they're on their way to some type of record, but I believe you and I had talked about that last week, and they just continue to put up the points. And it's really hard to this point. I mean, is there anybody on Byron's schedule that could potentially maybe keep them at bay when it comes to scoring?
I guess you could argue that maybe Dixon can keep them down a little bit, but I mean, other than that, I don't know. I mean, and even then, I'm not sure if that's going to happen. I mean, it's just, obviously this is a team that's very experienced. It knows what it does. It does that so very, very well. It's really kind of an impressive type of situation for them. They have so much symbiosis in their program. It's ridiculous. I mean, they can lose a bunch of guys to graduation. It seems like they just fill the holes with guys that know exactly what they're doing. Every single year. It's really impressive what Byron does.
And looking at some other scoring updates coming in from the chat, again, want to take this time to thank everybody in the chat who has been participating. Truly do appreciate the scoring updates that you provide for us. So 9 minutes left in the Princeton game. It's the same score from C-Rob's previous update, which I believe was 14-6 in favor of Princeton. And let's see, Sterling has the ball not too long ago, so they'll try to see if they can maybe close the gap a little bit there. And Richmond Burton and Plano, Richmond Burton up 21-7, and that's heading into the third quarter. So Richmond Burton keeping up on Plano.
St. Charles North has tightened up that game with Wheaton Warrenville South. It's now 21-14. After St. Charles North just got into the end zone in that one. Sandburg on the board against Lincoln Way Central. It is now 17-7, 7:34 left in the third quarter in that one.
All right, and looking
now
at
Warren has taken a 21-17 lead over Lake Zurich. They just scored a touchdown in that one, so that one is has flipped over in that contest, and Bolingbrook and Lincoln Way West just getting ready to start the second half.
Okay. So as far as as far as Bolingbrook goes, what do you think that we could expect? We could expect them to maybe try to turn the tide a little bit and see if they can put up some more points, or is that just could that just kind of be hard to come by with the team they're playing?
I think that's going to be a matchup thing tonight. I think Lincoln Way West is going to do what they're trying to do, which is to keep the ball out of Bolingbrook's hands as much as possible. So it might end up being a high-scoring game, but it's only because the two are trading touchdowns. But looks like we got an update in the Cary Grove Prairie Ridge contest you want to get to.
Yep, absolutely. We have a 21-14 lead in favor of Prairie Ridge. 2:09 left in the fourth quarter, and that was Prairie Ridge's Joey Vanderweel again for the running it in for the lead. And again, that was at 2:09 remaining in the game. So this one definitely coming down to the wire as we were expecting. But right now it's in favor of Prairie Ridge.
I just saw a clip of the touchdown. I'm looking at it right now. It was a nice run by Vanderweel, but definitely sitting there going. It was definitely well blocked by Prairie Ridge.
Yeah, definitely. So we actually do have the clip of Joey Vanderweel running in for the touchdown to give Prairie Ridge the 21-14 lead. So again, Prairie Ridge up 21-14 right now on Cary Grove, and that is with 2:09 left in the fourth quarter. So again, that one coming down to the wire. Joe Stevenson has a great game on his hands there. So yeah, were you trying to see if you could possibly pull up the game and kind of walk us through if anything's happening?
Well, right now it looks like Cary Grove is moving the football, and we're under a minute. They're inside the 20-yard line. They just threw the ball into the end zone, and it looks like from the angle is poor, but it does look like a touchdown for Cary Grove. 55 seconds left in the game. About 22 yards on the touchdown reception. I'm reading that only by the reaction of the Cary Grove sideline, to be completely honest with you.
No, that's okay. I mean, sometimes look, those camera angles are a little bit hard to, justify, especially with the high school games. However, so if you're Cary Grove in this situation, with the way
they are lining up to kick. They are lining up to kick.
Okay.
So I will say solve that dilemma for you right now, at least in the eyes of Cary Grove. They are kicking to tie right now. And now there's been a timeout called, so maybe they're rethinking it.
Okay. Well, that leads me again to this though. If you're Cary Grove and with the way that this game has gone so far, in your mind, do you try to maybe go for the win here, or because you do have sole possession of first place at stake in the Fox Valley with two undefeated teams?
I think in this situation, I probably kick it personally. Both of these two teams, have the kind of defenses that maybe on that one play, they might stop you. I wouldn't leave it. I don't think I'd leave it in the hands of that. Maybe in a different situation, maybe if you feel like you've got some momentum or something like that. But, it's kind of a tricky call because there's enough time left on the clock here. I don't know the timeout situation, but definitely, a situation where you think about it, but I don't know if I necessarily would try the two here. I think Cary has confidence in their kicker to knot this up. That's another factor to consider too. So they are lining up for the kick again after the timeout. They're doing it right now.
So again, right now, Cary Grove is down by 1, but they are attempting the extra point. So it is currently 21-20 in favor of Prairie Ridge. However, Cary Grove was able to march down the field, and they get a touchdown pass from Peyton Seberg. I have to say again, like I remember Joe saying, he's had 5 completions and each of them is for a touchdown pass. So I'm not sure if that was his 6th completion or something, or, for another touchdown. But I mean, it just sounds like, hey, maybe, yeah, sure. Go ahead and pass the ball some more, but you're Cary Grove. You're probably not going to do it unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah. I don't know. Once again, the camera angle got me. I think he might've missed that. So I'm not sure at this point. I could not tell. Neither team reacted, so it leads me to believe maybe it was my angle that was bad and it went through, but I can't tell right now.
Okay, so we'll try to get more updates on that one as they come to us. But right now, as it stands, it sounds like Cary Grove missed the extra point and is still 21-20.
They did miss the kick. Yeah, it was missed. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll have to see what Cary Grove does after that, especially with under a minute left in the game. But we are actually at the top of the hour at about 9:03. We've been doing this for already about an hour here on Live with Friday Night Drive. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break, and we will be back with more scoring updates here on Live with Friday Night Drive.
Come to Candlelight Inn, home of the original Chicken George and Jan Sauce. Dine in, carry out, and catering available. Located in Rock Falls and Sterling, Illinois, as well as Clinton, Iowa. Come try our original Chicken George today.
Need a roof, vinyl windows, or doors? Call R.E. Duchesne Construction. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and servicing Will, Grundy, and Kendall counties, call R.E. Duchesne. 815-722-2821. Financing available. Find out more online at reduchene.com.
Are going to come right down to the wire.
Yeah, he really likes this field. Team of the Week MVP.
like Reich.
I like Reich.
Since 2016, it's been my privilege to represent the people of the 63rd District. I want to continue representing you as an independent voice in Springfield.
I like Reich. We like Reich.
We're here to help you with your problems that result from an automobile accident or an injury on the job or the loss of a loved one. There's no reason you should go through this alone and guess that you're doing things right.
We deal with tragedies that affect families and individuals every day.
Come here and protect your interests. We've been doing this collectively for over 100 years. Let's put that experience to work for you.
And we are back live with Friday Night Drive. I'm Jimmy Musial alongside Steve Soucie. And Souce, before we headed to commercial break, there was quite a bit happening with the Prairie Ridge Cary Grove game. Do we have any further updates on that one?
They just went into victory formation. Prairie Ridge kneeled that one out. It has just gone final, 21-20 in favor of Prairie Ridge.
So, all right. So what does this mean now? What does this mean for Cary Grove, and what does this mean for Prairie Ridge?
Well, I mean, I think it pretty clearly signifies who the 1 and 2 teams are, obviously, in the Fox Valley moving forward. I know it's going to be a difficult road for the rest of the way, but you're looking at a situation where, you got to think that Prairie Ridge is probably likely to run the table here, and Cary Grove will be a step behind them. So interesting way that this one played out. Got to feel bad for that kicker there that was unable to convert there with less than a minute left to possibly send this game into overtime. But it played out just the way I thought. It's definitely, an even Steven type of situation between these two teams.
Absolutely. And so we actually now have one of our first coaches who is going to be joining us here. We have John Walters from Glenbard East. Coach, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
So, Coach, how'd it go for you this evening?
We came out on top 41-7 here at Streamwood High School.
In general, right now, the Upstate 8 Conference right now, it seems like there's kind of a little bit of a division at the top. How are you guys kind of keeping yourself on task with maybe some of these games where you're winning by a somewhat comfortable margin?
Yeah, I think that's the challenge, right? I mean, we have some games that, we'd be a prohibitive favorite in, kind of going into the game. And I think our goal is to sharpen the sword every week, right? Regardless of who we're playing, we get 4 practices and a game on Friday night. Friday nights are special for kids. We only get 9 of these things, and every one of them count in some way, shape, or form. So the work we put in practice during the week and playing on Friday night has to lead us to something better. And that's really our focus, is just 1% better every day.
All right. Well, Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck to you in week 6.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, that was head coach from Glenbard East, John Walters. Thank you very much to him for joining us. Now we have another coach who is so graciously is willing to join us here. Wheaton Academy coach Jim Johannick. Coach, how you doing tonight?
Hey guys, great night for football.
Looks like you took care of business tonight against St. Edward, 48-0 victory. Is that correct?
Yeah, there was a late score, so it ended up 55, but we sure did.
Okay. So, what was going well for you tonight? What was working?
Well, we come here every year. We come here, and St. Ed's just plays us tough. And I gave the guys a challenge that we can't look past anybody. And the guys stood up, especially coming off of a heartbreaker last week. That was good to see our guys respond well.
Yeah, that was my next question. I mean, how hard was it for you to kind of regroup and get back on task after that loss last week to Hope Academy.
Yeah, I mean, for a 1A school, they showed a lot of size, a lot of speed. We were down a couple of players. We had some injuries, and I'll tell you what, my hats go off to them. They took care of us at home, and we were on our heels. And so it was a good learning lesson. It's one of those defeats that you can learn from and go strong into the playoffs with that in the back of your mind. So we can't take anything for granted. And it was just, it was tough, but I'm happy we came back.
All right, Coach. Well, congratulations on the win, and hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yep. Take care, guys.
Thanks,
Thank you.
All right, that was head coach from Wheaton Academy, Jim Johannick. A lot of great coaches that are joining us after their games go final. And again, if you're just joining us, welcome to Live with Friday Night Drive. I'm Jimmy Musial alongside Steve Soucie. Want to take this time to thank Candlelight Inn. Come to Candlelight Inn, home of the original Chicken George and Jan sauce. Dine in, carry out, and catering available. Locations in Rock Falls, Sterling, as well as Clinton, Iowa. Come try the original Chicken George today. So obviously there's been a lot that has been happening tonight. There's a lot that happens every Friday night, but we like to show you a couple of moments that have been happening around the state of Illinois, and we have that for you right here. All right, just showing you some of the highlights from around the state of Illinois for high school football. We did have a game go final in the Fox Valley Conference. That was between Prairie Ridge and Cary Grove. Joe Stevenson was there covering it tonight. And we have him joining us now. Joe, it was a crazy game tonight, and it sounds like Prairie Ridge just came out on top.
Yeah, 21-20, and you hate to see it. Cary Grove scores with 55 seconds to go, misses the extra point. Somebody said that it might have been a little bit of a high snap. I'm not sure, but this game was everything that we hoped it would be. As far as great football, great defense. So the Wolves come out on top, 21-20.
Definitely kind of what we expected of this one. Maybe not the way we got there, but close game down to the wire here. Kind of what we've gotten used to seeing from these two, isn't it, Joe?
It is. The funny thing is, Prairie Ridge really had some long drives tonight, and I have to add up the time of possession. It's going to be staggering in Prairie Ridge's favor in the yardage. But Cary Grove comes back with Andrew Prio after Prairie Ridge takes the 14-7 lead in the third quarter. He runs back to kickoff 95 yards, ties it back up. Prairie Ridge has an 8-minute plus drive to go down and takes the lead with 2:09, and then Cary strikes right back. Up to that point, Cary Grove had 5 first downs in the whole game, got 4 first downs, puts together this nice drive. Peyton Seberg to Luca Vivaldelli for the touchdown, and then that's what they missed the extra point. So that part's disappointing.
How did they move the ball down the field so quickly on that last drive?
It was a big pass. It was a big pass. A 38-yard pass to Andrew Prio was the big play in that drive. That guy is something else. He is. If he's not the fastest guy in the conference, he's right there in the picture. He's got to be in the top 2 or 3 because man, he's electric.
All right.
And I got a couple guys here. Hold on a minute. They're taking a picture. I got quarterback Joey Vanderweel, who scored the winning touchdown, and lineman John Fallaw. Hang on just a second.
Yeah.
John. Here comes John first.
Okay.
There you go, John. I think you can hear him.
All right. Hey, John, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, great. Well, congratulations on the win tonight. How did that feel, especially getting a win over Cary Grove?
It feels great, and just the game, the atmosphere itself is pretty great. Come down to the last minute. These are the games you live for. That feeling is just like why we play and do what we do in the off season.
I saw a clip of the last touchdown run. Can you break down that play for me and what you saw in front of you?
It was the play where I pull, and we ran it a couple times and only got a few yards, and then I noticed I had to tighten it up. So the play before that touchdown, I tightened it up. We got good yards, and then I came around on that touchdown play, and both of the kids were like right behind each other. And I think I haven't watched the film yet, but I hit both of them at once, and it kind of grouped them, and Joey cut it up.
All right. Well, John, thank you so much for joining us. Really do appreciate it. Again, congratulations on the win tonight. I do believe that we also have Joey Vanderweel. If we could, if you could pass the phone to him.
How you doing?
All right, we're doing good, man. How are you?
Feeling great. Great win.
Yeah, awesome. It sounds like you had yourself quite a night. How are you feeling? And just overall, how are you feeling after this big win?
I mean, it was amazing. You always love beating your rival. It's senior year game that means the most to you. And yeah, we put it together in the end and pulled the game out.
How bad were you holding your breath on that last extra point try?
I mean, you're always ready to go back out there and put a drive together, but just worked out for us that they missed the extra point and we got the win.
All right.
In terms of your ability to like run the football and do the things that you have to do tonight, how important it is on the. Well, I guess we lost him.
we may have lost him, but that was Joey Vanderweel. We were also talking to John Fallaw from Prairie Ridge, but that was a great. We might actually be able to get him back in here. Oh, Joey, hey.
Hello again.
Hello again. Good to see you again. I'm Steve. I believe you had a question for Joey.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about how important it is to have your offensive line doing the things that they do for you on a night in, night out basis. I mean, how key are they to making this offense what it is?
I mean, that's everything. Our offensive line, the push they can get, the physicality that they bring, we wouldn't even have an offense without them. We wouldn't be able to get yards. They bring it to the table day in and day out, every single practice. That's the main part. Practice, they come, practice hard, and it shows on the games, and that's why we have wins like this.
All right. Well, Joey, again, thanks a lot for connecting back with us. We really do appreciate it. Congratulations on an awesome win over Cary Grove tonight. Best of luck in week 6 and for the rest of the season. And enjoy. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
All right, Joe. Thanks a lot, man. Really do appreciate it. All right. Thank you. All right, so we had Joe Stevenson, who was able to get us Joey Vanderweel and John Fallaw. So before the commercial break, we were talking about not only Cary Grove and Prairie Ridge, but we were also talking about DePaul and Providence.
Yeah, it was right at the beginning of the fourth quarter. DePaul scored a touchdown to go up 28-27. I just checked that just a second ago. Providence has answered that and has scored now. It leads 33-28 with 7 minutes and 10 seconds to play in the game. This was one of those games that I felt like in the Catholic League matchups tonight, Providence was a pretty heavy favorite to win this game. DePaul's throwing everything in the kitchen sink at them right now and trying to pull one out here. So this is a big game for Providence, considering the games that they have left on their schedule and the fact that they're 2-2 right now. If they were not to get this victory, I'm not so sure the path to getting them back into the playoffs would be really all that smooth. So big game right now, and Providence for right now has reestablished control.
Okay. So we'll see. We'll keep you updated on that one as well. So Batavia and Wheaton North are right now. Batavia is up 16-7 at the time of this post from Batavia football, from the official Twitter account of Batavia football. Whitwell ran it in from a couple of yards, looked like about maybe 5 or 6 yards out, and the Bulldogs are now up 16-7, and we have a clip of that touchdown run right here. We'll give it a couple of minutes, but we'll just continue talking here on Live with Friday Night Drive. Again, if you're just joining us, live with Friday Night Drive, again, Jimmy Musial alongside Steve Soucie. Again, want to take this time to thank another one of our sponsors. R.E. Duchesne Construction is a licensed and fully bonded exterior contractor serving Will, Grundy, and Kendall counties. R.E. Duchesne has an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. Call 815-722-2821 for all your home improvement needs. Financing available. Check us out on the web, reduchene.com. All right. We've also got to talk a pretty big game that is happening right now, which is between Johnsburg and Sandwich. Sandwich just blocked a punt not too long ago and returned it for a touchdown against Johnsburg, 14-6 in favor of Sandwich in the third quarter. Steve, what's going on with this one?
Well, I mean, this is a game that you look at what both these two teams have left on their schedule, and with both of them taking losses last week, it turns all of a sudden into a really pivotal game for both of these teams in regards to their playoff hopes. Sandwich feeling like they were still in a pretty good place, like I said, after that 3-0 start. But, Johnsburg really needs this one. I mean, after that loss to Marengo last week, they've got to get themselves back above 500, considering some of the games that they have left. They still haven't played Richmond Burton, which would be an extremely challenging game for them. So for them, a loss here would probably mean they're going to be, in a almost must-win situation for the rest of the year. So a dogfight clearly going on here. With the block punt giving Sandwich a 14-6 lead. Very interesting.
And we have another update. Looks like we have another update here from Jake Bartles as far as Batavia and Wheaton North. So let's see here. Looks like Batavia is up 16-14 now, and that's after a touchdown. Let's see. That's after a touchdown by Kujai for 56 turns into Owens rushing touchdown, 16-14, 5:30 left in the let's see, either the I think it could be the game at this point, or did he say the third quarter? Do you know where that is right now, Steve?
I'm not exactly sure. No.
Okay. No worries at all. But however, there was a clip that we wanted to show you earlier. It was from, I believe, Ryan Whitwell running it in to give Batavia a 16-7 lead at that point, and we'll go ahead and play it for you here. So at that time of the time of that score, which by the way was from the Batavia football official Twitter account, Batavia was up 16-7 at that point. However, Wheaton North has come back and they have closed the gap, 16-14. And from Jake Bartleson's post, it says 1 minute and 31 seconds left. So I'm guessing that is in the fourth quarter by now. So again, another tight game in the Duquesne Conference. We have another one here. This was actually about 10 minutes ago. So, Steve, I'm not sure if you have another update other than this one on Marist IC Catholic. However, the last score that I am seeing here from the IC Catholic official Twitter football account is Marist and IC Catholic tied at 14.
That's what I have. I do have some interesting updates from some other games. Warren did end up defeating Lake Zurich in their contest 21-17. And I just noticed Lincoln Way West going into the end zone in that one. They have now claimed I'm waiting on the extra point kick here. What looks to be a 31-28 lead over Bolingbrook. So both of these two teams' defenses are having trouble getting stops because Lincoln Way West has scored twice in the third quarter. Bolingbrook once. I believe they're 3 for 3 on total possessions and scoring touchdowns. So that one's been pretty interesting. Sycamore on its way to what appears to be a shutout victory over Rochelle. They're up 21-0 right now. A couple of other Catholic League updates. St. Rita's still leading Marmion 42-0. Mount Carmel and Carmel still interesting, 14-10 in the third quarter in favor of Mount Carmel. So Carmel hanging in there, and Brother Rice is all over St. Viator right now. I believe it's 42-0. So those are some Catholic League updates that I've seen since the last bit. And the Marian Catholic score, Marian Catholic still leads that one, I believe 28-23 over Montini.
Okay, so we've been looking a lot. We've been looking at all these scores, and we just throughout the entire night. But as the weeks go on, and the teams try to close in either on a playoff spot or maybe to try to keep their playoff hopes alive, which games are you particularly keeping an eye on tonight, given that it's week 5?
Well, there's a lot of teams out there that have 2 losses on the regular season, and after 5, you don't want to be one of those teams at 2 and 3. I mean, it just puts an awful lot of pressure on you just to get to 5 wins. You got to go 3 for 4 the rest of the way. And if you started 2 and 3, 3 and 1 the rest of the way doesn't seem like a very, likely goal to be having accomplished for you. So that's where I look at a lot of these games that feature teams with, 2 and 2 against 2 and 2, or maybe 2 and 2 against a 1 and 3 with a strong schedule out of the box, because those losses are starting to add up. I mean, that's why I'm spending a lot of time in the Southwest Suburban Conference tonight. There's a lot of really interesting matchups in that league with teams that potentially could pick up their second or third loss, despite the fact that they're playing pretty good football. I mean, there's just a lot of good matchups right now. Right now I'm watching Lincoln Way West and Bolingbrook. That's what I have an eye on. I've got St. Francis and Joliet Catholic that I'm keeping an eye on. That game is kind of gone in Joliet Catholic's way, but it looks like in pacing, Wheaton St. Francis is hanging in that football game. So those are the 2 that I have my locked eyes on right now. I'm getting ready to switch over to this Lockport Bradley Bourbonnais game. Bradley just scored a touchdown. A weird little quirk in that one that we didn't get to with all the craziness of the last half an hour. Apparently they ruled that the field goal that Bradley had kicked before the halftime break did not get off in time. So that score was not 24-15 at one point in time. It was 24-12. Now it's 24-19 after Bradley just completed a short touchdown pass. It's mid-third quarter in that one, so lots of time for craziness to ensue. It is a Lockport game, so I've come to expect nothing less.
Okay, well, I've got a couple of interesting updates here actually for you. One of them from the IC Catholic football account. Mandela picks up the first down with his legs. 1st and 10, IC Catholic on the Red Hawks 45, 21-14. Marist with 9 minutes left. So
yep, that's definitely interesting. Got another interesting update here. Sandburg just scored to tighten that game up. It's now 20-14 in favor of Lincoln Way Central. There's 5 minutes left in the contest.
Okay, there you go. We do have a final that just wrapped up from Eddie Carriffio. Naperville North with a 42-20 win over DeKalb. So that one, like I said, just wrapped up, and that is final. So now it looks like we do have a final update here from Jake Bartles, and Batavia ends up getting the 23-17 win over Wheaton North. Wheaton North tried going for the onside kick after they made a field goal to make it 23-17. Tried to go for the onside kick, recovered by Batavia.
Yeah, and it, once again, comes right down to the wire. Not a big shock between these two teams. Batavia still, sitting there, right now at the top. I haven't seen what Geneva has been doing tonight, but I believe it will probably be Batavia and Geneva sitting alone at the top of the Duquesne Conference at the end of this week. This is a game that when you look at it after the season's over, you understand how these Duquesne teams tend to go into the playoffs with lower seeds. Because they pick up a loss, here and there over the course of a very difficult conference schedule. They're good teams, but they could very easily end up in the playoff draw at 6-3, 7-2, with a couple of really, really quality conference losses on their schedule.
Okay, so again, Batavia ends up getting the win 23-17 over Wheaton North. There was another game that wrapped up final between Morris and LaSalle Peru. We do have JT Penalty, who is in here with us to talk about that. And JT, sounds like Morris pretty much took care of business.
Yeah, Morris rolled second possession of the second half. They got to 40 points in the running clock, and then starters for both sides were out after that. But nice win. Unofficial. Morris has a really nice scoreboard where they keep stats and everything. So haven't got to finish mine off, but they had Morris outgaining LaSalle Peru 393 to 104 in yards from scrimmage. So that pretty much tells the story right there. Morris to 5-0.
Pretty much what I guess we expected Morris to be at 5-0. I'm not sure about this on the timing, but obviously kind of cinched up their playoff berth. But that offense is just really hard for anyone to contain, and I'm sure LaSalle Peru was no different in their struggles tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. The offense was as impressive as ever. But, talking with Coach Alan Thorson after the game, one of the first things I said was, everyone talks about the offense, but, you shut out a pretty good football team today. And that's what he said is maybe his defense doesn't get enough credit for what they do. Big games just across the board from them. But Carter Louderman and Omarion Miller both I kind of had as having really standout games. And defensively, to hold LP to 104 yards or something in that ballpark is a great night. And to shut out it probably is going to be a playoff football team. I mean, LP's 3-2 right now. So shutouts aren't easy. Shutouts of good teams are even harder. And the Morris defense got one tonight.
All right. Well, JT, thank you so much for the update. Really do appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your night. And thank you for joining us.
Have a great night, guys.
All right, that was JT Penalty, who was out covering Morris and LaSalle Peru. Morris ended up getting the 40-0 win over LaSalle Peru. I found something interesting. When JT was talking about LaSalle Peru, who is now at 3-2. So, what does this loss mean for them going forward?
This is, not to say that you have games figured out before they're played, but this is kind of a game I expected LaSalle Peru to lose. So you kind of build that into the formula at this point in time. For them, it's, upcoming games for them in regards to getting to the playoffs that are much more pivotal for them. An upcoming game against Ottawa is a big deal. That's a game that they really have to have. But, LaSalle Peru for the last couple of years has been getting into the playoffs. In fact, the last 2 years, they've actually ended up playing Morris twice because they ended up getting them again in the playoffs right after the fact. So, one of those things when it really comes down to it that, LaSalle Peru, I think, is probably one of those teams that is trying to get to 5 or 6 wins. This is a game that, to be frank, they probably expected things weren't going to go, their way. So more pivotal games coming down the line for them in regards to the playoffs. A couple of interesting score updates. IC Catholic is back in the end zone. That game is now tied at 21-all. Joey Gliotta took a screen pass out in the flat and ran it in for a score. And Bradley Bourbonnais just got a 7-yard touchdown run from their quarterback, Ethan Cole. They now lead Lockport 25-24 with 33 seconds left in the third quarter.
Okay. A couple of other updates here. We have from the NUIC, we have Polo with a 42-6 win over River Ridge. So that one just went final.
Okay, I'm going to cut in on you here, Jimmy. Yeah. I got some very interesting news.
Yeah.
Carmel has just taken the lead over Mount Carmel. They now lead the game 16-14. They missed the extra point after a touchdown. I'm not sure how much time is left, but that is from the Mount Carmel Twitter account. So I'm sure it's accurate. 16-14 lead for Carmel over Mount Carmel right now.
So I do have to ask. I know that it was a battle of two 4-0 teams. Totally understood. Was this to be expected from Carmel to for what they've done so far, holding a 2-point lead?
No. To be frank, no. I thought it would be a good accomplishment for Carmel to stay within, say, 2 touchdowns. I thought that would be one of those, moral victories that people talk about. I did not expect them to hold a lead. It is in the second half. It might be late third quarter, early fourth quarter. I'm going to go searching for it right now because I'm interested in what's going on there.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. And as we have, as Steve goes ahead and tries to find out more information on that, we'll go ahead and look at some other scoring updates here. Brian Hoxie reporting not too long ago that, let's see, Hersher is up now 20-6 on Streeter, and that is at the end of the third quarter. Let's see. We also have, we actually have another reporter. Got a final update here from Josh Welge, who was covering Plainfield North and Oswego. So, Josh, how did this one end up going?
Hey guys, final score here. Plainfield North beat Oswego 10-7. Plainfield North hands Oswego their first loss. Omar Coleman with a 17-yard field goal with 1:47 remaining was the difference in that game. But really, the story is just two great defenses just went back and forth, and there was, I think, a total of 15 punts in the game, and just didn't give much throughout the game. And Plainfield North ultimately comes out on top, and frankly, they really needed this win. I think. I mean, they lose this game, they're looking at 1-4, and they're in a really tough spot. But tell you, this Plainfield North defense does not look like a defense of a team that has 3 losses. Just tremendous defense tonight.
So, just out of curiosity, like, even so, I guess that kind of speaks to it then. Even though both of these teams had pretty stellar defenses, were you surprised by the outcome at all?
I was a little bit surprised, especially coming, out of halftime. It felt like we got a little bit more balance offensively. They were throwing the ball more than Plainfield North, having some success. Oswego actually held Plainfield North without a first down in the third quarter, and about -4 yards of offense. And I really thought for Oswego the game was there for the taking there, but to Plainfield North's defense credit, they held, and they didn't allow Oswego to do anything offensively of substance. And yeah, I mean, it's just, two great defenses, and these are two programs that have played a lot of games that came down to the wire. Maybe not games like this, but certainly games that came down to the end.
All right, Josh. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Really do appreciate your updates throughout the night. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And again, thank you for your time.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that was Josh Welge from Plainfield North and Oswego. So Oswego ends up getting their first loss tonight, and Plainfield North definitely came out on top of the 3-point win with a field goal, making it 10-7. Steve, there was another game that was going on that we haven't really talked about very much tonight, but Evanston and Glenbrook South.
Yeah, and when you look at that one, that was definitely a game that I felt like, Glenbrook South needed that win to kind of get back on track after starting a brutal schedule to start the year, one of the stronger ones in the state. It kind of felt like, just based on previous results, that Glenbrook South would be able to, kind of get themselves, back in a good place. But certainly looks like it has been, a dogfight in that one. Do we have a final on that yet?
We do not have a final on this one just yet, but we do actually have a clip from the Evanston Athletics Twitter account. It's an 80-yard strike to Emmett Robinson from Colin Livatino. So this is actually now, it's Glenbrook South is up 28-21 at the time of this score, and it's at the start of the fourth quarter, but we'll go to the clip right here. Okay, so again, Glenbrook South is up 28-21 at the time of that score, and that is again at the start of the fourth quarter between them and Evanston.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Evanston's putting together a bit better effort than they have over a couple of games earlier this year. But like I said before, an absolute must-win type of situation for Glenbrook South. 0-4 out of the box with, I think, the third strongest schedule in the state to date. So really felt like this was a game that they needed to get some momentum back and going. But a quick update. I went looking to see if I could find the live feed of the Mount Carmel game. I could not find it. But as quickly as I went to check to see if I could find that, Mount Carmel returned the ensuing kickoff back for a touchdown. So they're back ahead in that game against Carmel just as quickly as they had lost the lead. So up right now, I didn't see what happened with the conversion, but they are ahead in the football game again.
Okay, so we do have the an official score here actually from C-Rob 309. It looks like a 2-point pass completed. Chicago Mount Carmel, third quarter, 5 minutes to go. Yep, Mount Carmel, Jack Elliott pass completed to Daniel Taylor for a 2-point conversion. So Mount Carmel is up 22-16. 5 minutes left in the third. 5 minutes left in the third quarter.
Yep, that's the same thing. The same piece of information that I just saw. IC Catholic has just scored another touchdown, and now they are up on Marist. I do not know what happened with the conversion, but I know Joey Gliotta is back in the end zone for IC Catholic. 4:10 left in that game. IC Catholic leads 28-21.
All right, so we're almost at 10 o'clock here live with Friday Night Drive. I'm Jimmy Musial alongside Steve Soucie. I want to take another moment here to thank one of our awesome sponsors, SGKR Law. Schweiker, Gannison, Kurzak, and Rundio is a personal injury and workers' compensation law firm dedicated to protecting injury victims. Our attorneys get results with hundreds of millions of dollars in total recovered for our clients to date. Call today, 815-223-0177, or visit us at Gannison.com to set up a free, no-cost, no-obligation consultation. So yeah, lots of insane things happening, including Batavia and Wheaton North, and we have Jake Bartleson, who is here with us to talk about it. So Jake, how are things going on your end? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Yep. You had another crazy game on your hands, man. I feel like everywhere you go, every week, there's just something incredible.
Yeah, it was a little tight. I mean, really, this game, the big play really was Batavia was able to get a huge sack, recover a fumble, and later go down for a score and, to open the third quarter. It came on such a critical drive. Batavia with the final 23-17. These two teams might see each other in the quarterfinals. It's just when you have two playoff teams like this caliber-wise, you're going to get these types of tight games. But Batavia's defense held firm at the end. And really, Batavia had two touchdowns called back on penalties. And when they needed a touchdown score, the offensive line regrouped and made that happen on a score. So overall, good game by Batavia.
Okay. All right. Well, Jake, really, sorry. Do appreciate.
What else do you need to know?
I know. What else do you need to know? It was a fantastic game. Great coverage as always, man. Really do appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of your night, and yeah, we'll talk to you later.
Sounds good. Thanks, fellas.
All right. Thank you. All right. Again, Jake Bartleson out covering Batavia and Wheaton North. It's like he was saying, those two teams could potentially see each other again, depending on the class and everything. But again, Batavia coming out on top tonight with a 6-point win, 23-17.
Yeah. And you kind of suspected that might be the way that this game kind of played out. Once again, it just seems like most of the time when Batavia needs a big play, they find it. They've got such experience at a lot of places on the field. And in games like this, that is usually what kind of weighs out. And Batavia getting some clutch plays tonight in pivotal situations, and they get themselves to 4-1 at this point.
So again, as we were talking about the IC Catholic Marist score, IC Catholic is up 28-21. I saw somebody in the chat was asking about that score. K Malone, it is 28-21 in favor of IC Catholic at this point. So let's see, trying to look at some other scoring updates, just seeing a lot of stuff coming from the IC Catholic football account. They really do provide, when I say they provide updates, like they provide updates like pretty.
Oh yeah. They do. You can get almost a whole game if you're paying attention there. They give you first downs, they give you third and long situations. They really kind of keep you informed. So always appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, there was a really, really crazy game that happened, another one that happened tonight. This one coming from this update coming from Leanna Churchill. Josh Cates touchdown, Braddock Cates 2-point conversion, Williamsville with a 36-35 win over Athens, and that is the final in overtime.
Well, this is one of those weird pronunciation things. It's actually Athens.
Oh, it's Athens.
But
Okay.
yes, it's Athens, and it's Athens in Illinois. It's Athens in Greece. But Williamsville is was kind of stung a little bit last week in a loss to Olympia. So for them to bounce back against what a lot of people are saying was, maybe one of the teams that could win the Sangamo this year in Athens, for them to bounce back and get that win. Sits pretty well for Williamsville because, there's a scenario they still have to play Maroa Forsyth in their schedule. So for Williamsville to potentially be in a situation where they would go through the regular season with 3 losses if they were to lose to Maroa later in the year, that's something that I can't recall happening in like forever. So a big situation for them, clutch to go for them for the 2-point conversion in that situation and get the result that they did. So big win for Williamsville there. Kept them away from dropping to 3-2 on the year, which is a position that they have not been at very often.
Sangamo madness. That's what absolutely crazy. But by the way, there was another scoring update we received. Johnsburg and Sandwich. Sandwich is now up on Johnsburg 28-6, and that is in the fourth quarter. So it looks like Sandwich is going to start, depending on how the rest of the game plays out. However, it does look like they're about to pull away. Yeah.
And that's, that's what kind of Sandwich needed to be able to do here. They needed to be able to get this win here. They still got a couple of more obstacles on their schedule, but getting themselves to 4-1 through 5 games after not playing varsity football last season, a really, really nice accomplishment for that program. Obviously they want some more, and it's going to take one more to get them pretty secure in the playoff, the playoff situation. But still just a really, really great turnaround story for Sandwich right now. Digs a pretty big hole for Johnsburg. They're now 2-3, and if this game ends up finishing out that way, and still some hurdles that they would have to clear just to get them at 5.
I was about to say, so this might be pretty tough for Johnsburg then moving forward.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the case for everybody who is who's sitting at this point in time with 3 losses, if that's the way that this game comes out. But then you have to consider, they've got Plano next week, they've got Richmond Burton the week after that, and then they finish up the season with probably 2 games that they can win. But like I said, on paper, heading into this game, this was pretty pivotal for Johnsburg in regards to their playoff. And next week now turns into a gigantic game for them against Plano.
So again, live with Friday Night Drive, Jimmy Musial and Steve Soucie. Just some other scoring updates that I have here from the from the Kishwaukee River. Looks Interstate 8 blue. Looks like Marengo has a 40-14 lead over Harvard, and that is in the fourth. That's in the fourth quarter. We also have Richmond Burton, which has a 28-7 lead in the third quarter, and that is over Plano. We were just talking about Plano and how they're and how Johnsburg still has them on their schedule coming up. Do we have any other updates on IC Catholic?
I have not seen any.
Looks like let's see.
Score.
Yeah, let's see here. We do have an update from. It's not a scoring update, however, it is an update from the IC Catholic football account. Timeout Marist, 2nd and 5 for the Knights when we return. Minute 52 left. IC Catholic up 28-21.
Yeah, and I just checked. They now have 1:59 left, I believe.
Okay.
And the IC has the ball and is trying to drain out that clock there. So what would be a huge win for them? A few updates from around the area. Lincoln Way West is stretching their legs a little bit in that Bolingbrook game. They've scored again. They now lead 38-28 with what appears to be about 4 minutes left in that game. I'm also looking at Joliet Catholic and St. Francis right now, but the scoreboard is not working in that game. So, or at least the scoreboard on my screen is not working. So I can't actually tell you what the score is there.
Okay. Any other games that are on your screen that you're paying particularly attention to?
Right now, I believe those are the only two that are close. Sterling, not Sterling. The Rochelle game with Sycamore has gone final. Rochelle did manage to break up the shutout, but Sycamore goes to 5-0 with their victory over Rochelle tonight. I believe the final was 23-6. So that was the other one that I was looking at.
Okay. By the way, I do have an update from Marion Central and Christ the King. The Canes leave Melrose Park 3-2 and 3-0 in conference after a 55-0 victory over Christ the King. And if I am not mistaken, their quarterback, McThenia, he had himself quite a night. The last time that I had checked on an update there, he had 5 or 6 touchdown passes for the night. So not entirely, I guess I would say not entirely surprising because of how well Marion Central's offense has just not really skipped a beat since the season has started. Even though they had to play a tough first game against Richmond Burton. But ever since that, I know they had one more loss after that, but it just kind of seems like they're starting to find their stride a little bit.
Well, when they dropped to 0-2 with that loss to the Milwaukee Academy of Science that even I didn't know anything about before that game was played, that was a little bit of a surprising loss to me. Gave me a little bit of pause about, Marion Central Catholic and their ability to do things, but they really have really picked it up and are now going, in a situation now where they've got a lot of momentum behind them. They're at 3-2. They're above the 500 mark. And the schedule, I don't want to say it gets easier for them, but it's definitely more manageable. So definitely a good situation for them moving forward.
All right, sounds good. Well, we do have another coach who has graciously joined us after having a nice victory here. Sean Drendel from Naperville North, with a 42-20 win over DeKalb tonight. Coach, how are you doing?
We're doing great.
So, Coach, it sounds like from what I was hearing that you got a pretty nice evening out of your Purdue recruit, Luke Williams.
Yeah, Luke was pretty special tonight. He made a lot of great plays for us, but it was really great to see our offense after kind of last week's clunker. We were missing our starting running back, didn't start the game for us, and we were missing our starting quarterback, and we were still able to put up 42 points tonight.
So with that, you said you had a clunker last week. I mean, obviously, the week before you were a little bit you were high octane. How do you get that smoothed out?
Well, I mean, you hope your offensive line can lead you, and tonight and against Bolingbrook, our offensive line did a great job. And sometimes you just don't play well, and sometimes it's when you play a really good defense like Neuqua Valley or Loyola the week before. Sometimes it's tough to get it going.
All right. Well, Coach, thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it and appreciate your time. Congratulations on the win and best of luck in week 6.
Thanks so much. Go on.
Thanks, Coach.
All right. So that was head coach Sean Drendel from Naperville North. Again, Naperville North with a 42-20 win over DeKalb. We have another coach who is joining us now, Jeff Boyer from Byron, after getting a nice win tonight. Coach, how are you?
Doing pretty good. How are you guys doing?
Not too bad. Well, Coach, I mean, obviously, it looks like you've got everything firing on all cylinders offensively right now. I mean, can you point to what makes this, I guess, so successful in what you're doing, right? I mean, the point totals you're putting up are rather incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we have to talk about the offensive line first. Those guys up front doing a lot of the work. But also we have, a handful of running backs that are very talented. I mean, we're playing, rotating more kids than we ever have. So I think that's really helped us to keep fresh legs.
Is this an experienced group for you, or do you have, are you slotting in some new guys, just kind of doing the old interchangeable part thing?
Very experienced. A lot of kids back from last year's team. We had to grow up last year in a hurry, and these kids got some very valuable experience. So certainly seeing that now.
How do you keep the edge sharp on these guys? I mean, you haven't really been pushed at all yet this year, but I mean, how is that? Is that a challenge for you? Just kind of keeping your guys understanding that obviously, later down the line, there's going to be teams that bring a little bit more at you.
Yeah, I mean, we have to get great work in practice, and we have to practice like that. And obviously the best teams in the state, they find ways to do that. Our best teams have always found ways to do that, and this group, they're no different. They've had a few great weeks of practice and really doing a nice job.
All right, Coach. Well, congratulations on the win tonight. Best of luck in Week 6, and thank you very much for your time.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, that was head coach Jeff Boyer from Byron, having a very nice win tonight. Him and his team continuing to put up fantastic numbers, especially on the offensive side of the ball. We do have some other scoring updates coming in here. I'm going to go ahead and go back to the chat for a little bit. Wow, there were quite a few that actually came through. So I'm going to try to go ahead and read them off here. So we have looks like Carlinville beats Southwestern 27-14. And Steve, I actually just saw a final I just saw a final on the bottom of my screen here. That was a 33-28 win for Providence over DePaul. That's really big considering how this game was going for Providence.
Yeah, I mean, they came back with that mid-fourth quarter touchdown to take that lead and were able to kind of hold off DePaul. Definitely a little bit surprising that it took that much for Providence to get past the DePaul program that is getting better, but I didn't quite expect them to give Providence the fight that they did. Providence now 3-2, looks a little bit better for them moving forward in terms of their playoff situation. Would have been a disaster for them if they would have dropped to 2-3 with this game. So definitely one that Providence needed tonight.
Okay. And let's see, we have some other scoring updates here. Let's see. I'm going to keep going up the line here. C-Rob 309 is really just putting these out here. 32-28 Carterville over St. Joseph's Ogden. MacArthur with a 14-12 win over Glenwood. Let's see. Knoxville with a 44-0 win over Aledo Mercer County. Stark County with a 20-8 win over Hamilton West Hancock. Illini West 46-14 over Lewistown LBC. Morrison with a 41-12 win over Monmouth Roseville. Genoa Kingston getting a 28-26 win over Winnebago. Downs Tri-Valley with a 31-13 win over El Paso Gridley. While I'm reading some other scores here, did we have any? Have you seen anything from Downers Grove North?
I have not.
Okay.
Early on, I had them with a lead, but that was quite some time ago.
Okay, so Ed is Odd. That is the name that I'm reading in the chat here. So we'll try to get a Downers Grove North score if we can come across it. So thank you very much for asking about it. Okay, so we'll just keep moving along here. Fairbury Prairie Central with a 55-20 win over Illinois Valley Central. Hayworth with a 29-28 win over Fieldcrest. St. Bede with a 42-8 win over Westmont. Geneseo with a 43-3 win over Galesburg. And let's see, we'll just keep moving along. Bureau Valley with a 35-14 win over Mendota. And let me know if I'm pronouncing this right, by the way. Kewanee with a 41-0 win over Putnam County.
Putnam County.
Putnam County.
Yeah, but actually that's a co-op, so I'm not sure actually who it was. But
okay,
that's Putnam County doesn't have an individual football team, so I'm not sure who they played tonight.
Okay, got it.
Who was the winner in that game?
Kewanee.
Okay, Kewanee played. I'm interested now. This is confusing me, so I want to know.
That's okay. No worries. We'll just.
That's the Spring Valley Hall co-op. So yeah, they actually beat Spring Valley Hall this evening.
Okay.
So, yeah, yep.
Got it. Yeah. Got it. All right. Cool. We'll we'll just keep moving along here. We have let's see.
It looks like I just want to update you here. It looks like St. Francis has scored a potential tying touchdown late in this game with Joliet Catholic on a long pass. I believe the score is 27-26, extra point pending, and it looks like St. Francis is lining up for 2 here. They're pitching it wide, heading towards the end zone pylon. He is not going to get there. So if I'm reading that, I'm trying to read the scoreboard off to the side because the one on the actual video feed shows the score is 0-0. I believe it is. Maybe he didn't get in. Okay, maybe that actually was. They're inside the 5. They did not score a touchdown. So I believe now they're running a second down play inside the 5, down a touchdown. Sorry for the information that I have on the screen is not complete. So I'm trying to walk my way through this.
Okay, got it. No worries. That's okay. So we are officially at the top of the hour. We will go ahead and take a quick commercial break here. But we've been talking high school football here on Live with Friday Night Drive. We'll be right back.
Come to Candlelight Inn, home of the original Chicken George and Jan Sauce. Dine in, carry out, and catering available. Located in Rock Falls and Sterling, Illinois, as well as Clinton, Iowa. Come try our original Chicken George today.
Need a roof, vinyl windows, or doors? Call R.E. Duchesne Construction. With an A-plus rating for the Better Business Bureau and servicing Will, Grundy, and Kendall counties, call R.E. Duchesne. 815-722-2821. Financing available. Find out more online at reduchene.com.
Are going to come right down to the wire.
Yeah, he really likes this field. Team of the Week MVP.
I like Reich.
I like Reich.
Since 2016, it's been my privilege to represent the people of the 63rd District. I want to continue representing you as an independent voice in Springfield.
I like Reich. We like Reich.
We're here to help you with your problems that result from an automobile accident or an injury on the job or the loss of a loved one. There's no reason you should go through this alone and guess that you're doing things right.
We deal with tragedies that affect families and individuals every day.
Come here and protect your interests. We've been doing this collectively for over 100 years. Let's put that experience to work for you.
All right, and we are back with Live with Friday Night Drive. I'm Jimmy Musial alongside Steve Soucie, and looks like we actually have we've got a coach in here who is going to be joining us from Maine West. It is George. I want to make sure that I get this right, Coach, so please correct me if I'm wrong. George Klubchak.
Hey, that's correct.
Good. Thank goodness. I like to get names right. So I truly thank you for confirming that for me. But how are you doing?
Good. It was an exciting one tonight. Our players they played all the way down to the end, and we finished the game, and that was good to see.
I didn't actually see the final score, Coach. What was it tonight?
2019 Warriors.
Okay, so then that ended up being a little bit of a dogfight. Was that kind of what you were expecting from this matchup?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a team in your conference. Highland Park and Maine West played Week 9 last year for a playoff berth, and we were fortunate to edge them out during Week 9 last year. And whenever you have a situation like that, that's how your season ends. You expect a dogfight the following year, and that's what we got. And they've got some real talented players. Their quarterback David Finfer is special, and he made some plays tonight, and our defense was able to come up with some big ones as well down the stretch to keep him out of the end zone on a 2-point conversion attempt when we were up by just 1. And our running game was able to punch in a few in the second half to secure the victory. So that was great to see.
Well, 5-0 through 5 games. Can't ask for much better than that, can you?
No, absolutely not. Right. It's hard to win football games is the bottom line. It doesn't matter who you are, who you're playing. Steve, you know as well as I do that the amount of preparation that coaches and players put into every single week, and everyone's working hard to win. So if you come away with a W, it doesn't matter what it looks like. You've got to be happy with that result.
What are some of the building blocks that kind of have helped you over the last couple of years to kind of build this into what you have?
For sure. I'm fortunate. We're fortunate to be here at Maine West. We've got great support from our school administration, from our community, from our athletic booster club. There's a lot of really great things going here. So you need to have that support first and foremost if you want to have success on the football field. And then, the players. I mean, we have a really special senior class. A lot of them have been starting since they were sophomores. And, we took our licks 2 years ago in 2021, and it's developed into something pretty special here in 2023. So it's a credit to the kids. It's a credit to the whole community. And then our coaching staff is obviously putting in a lot of hard work as well.
All right. Well, Coach, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on what sounded like a pretty exciting win. Best of luck the rest of the way, especially in week 6. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having us on.
All
Thanks,
right.
Coach.
Thanks, Coach. Okay, so that was George Klepchik from Maine West. They pulled out a pretty tight game tonight, 20-19. And that's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good for them going forward, especially being undefeated.
Yeah, I mean 5-0 for them, especially now that I think in their conference, I think Highland Park was their biggest challenge. I think their schedule actually gets a little bit easier now, moving down the wire. You could be talking about a team that might be able to run the table after winning this game tonight. So a real nice development for a program that, prior to the last couple of years had really struggled quite a bit. So now they look like they've built something pretty nice right there.
Absolutely. So we had another game that went final earlier. It was Lincoln Way West 38, Bolingbrook 28, and Rob Osterly was out there covering that one. So Rob, it sounds like Lincoln Way West was able to pull away.
Yes, they were. Came out second half, and let me see what first play of the second half, they opened with a 72-yard touchdown pass from Hetfleisch to Jacob Bariza, and they just did it. Kept scoring, did enough on offense, and then the defense got a couple of late turnovers. They got from Ryan Stiglich, and then they got Bolingbrook was driving again, and they got a fumble recovery inside the 5. So they, really big win for the Warriors. I've got quarterback Chase Hetfleisch right here if you guys want to talk to him.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, put that in your left ear and then use this.
All right. How's it going, man?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing pretty good. Congratulations on the win tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It was a team effort.
Hey, Chase, was it kind of your goal tonight to try to just maintain possession of the ball as much as you could and kind of keep it out of the hands of Bolingbrook?
Yeah, we saw that was our game plan because we saw how they couldn't really stop the run game. And then we executed our whole game plan, doing a couple of shots.
So when you look at what you guys were able to do, especially in the second half, what do you think? Was I guess the pivot for you in the second half to kind of put you over the top? It felt like your offense was clicking on everything.
It was just the halftime. We all had each other's backs. We had defense's back, and defense had our back too. At some points, it was just overall a team effort. We all had each other's backs.
All right. Very nice. Well, great job tonight. Congratulations again on the win, and best of luck to you going into week 6.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks,
have a good night. Thank you.
You too.
Thanks, Chase.
You're welcome.
Nice. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right.
Hey, I'm gonna go talk to Coach Lokank if you guys want to talk to him too.
Up to you. Yeah. Sure. We can. Yeah, we can try to talk to him as well. Yeah, that's fine.
How you doing?
Good.
You want to be on our like little podcast show? Sousie's here and Jimmy Musial.
Of course, talk to Soucie.
Okay.
I don't know Jimmy though.
That's okay. You're
All right,
willing
there
to
you
talk. Everybody knows Soucie. It's totally fine. Coach, first of all, congratulations on the win tonight. Absolutely fantastic win over Bolingbrook. How does that feel?
It's a great feeling. Great feeling for these kids and this staff who, worked so hard this week, preparing for, an unbelievable team. And we knew we had to, do everything right on our end, adjust well, and have some things come up that'll put us in position to win the game in the second half. And that's exactly what happened.
What did you feel like? I mean, at halftime, it felt like you came out with, I guess, renewed vigor on offense. You guys really kind of did exactly what you wanted to do after the break. What did you feel like the adjustments that you needed to make that happen at halftime were?
Well, offensively, we just kind of stuck to our game plan, and if you can, pound the first half, the way we did, we were hoping they were going to get a little bit tired on defense. Most of the adjustments in that second half had to come from us on the defense side of the ball, and we knew offense was going to still pound, and get the defense tired, and kind of how it all worked out.
All right,
4-1 through 5. I guess you can't. I guess you can't be too disappointed in that.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
4-1 through 5 games. I guess you can't be too disappointed with that.
Yeah, no, not at all, buddy. Not at all. We're excited, and a lot of season left.
Thanks,
All
Coach.
right, yeah, thank you very much, Coach. Appreciate your time, and hope enjoy the win and best of luck in week 6.
Thanks. See you guys soon.
All right. Okay, so we got to talk to the head coach from Lincoln Way West. We got to talk to the quarterback. We got that was pretty great, and it's a great win for Lincoln Way West, especially over Bolingbrook, holding that Bolingbrook offense to what seemed to be very little in the second half.
Yeah, really did kind of hem them in. It was partly due to the fact they didn't have very many possessions. But real quick, I got some interesting Catholic League updates. It looks like St. Francis is going to rally for a 33-28 win over Joliet Catholic. I believe they just pretty much have to run out the clock here. They scored late and then punched in a go-ahead touchdown. Also, a couple of other updates. IC Catholic did close out that 28-21 win over Marist. And Nazareth picks up its first win of the season with a 21-13 victory over St. Ignatius.
Okay. Well, again, a lot of really great games going on, and there was another one that happened tonight for Jacobs. They got the win, 55-26 over Dundee Crown, and we actually have Coach Brian Zimmerman, who is here with us now to talk a little bit about that. Coach, first of all, congratulations on the win, and how are you feeling?
Sorry.
Oh no!
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. Nothing to them. Fumbled, like on the custom.
Okay. Yeah, we might be having it looks like we have some connection issues with Coach. We'll try to see if maybe we can get those ironed out a little bit, see if we can get him back here. However, we do have another update from one of our reporters. It looks like Michael Dwojak is here with us to talk about his game tonight. Michael, how are things going for you?
Good. Really impressive performance out of Fenwick. The offense looked pretty terrible to start things off. The offense was getting in its own way. Quarterback Mark Hill really wasn't hitting on any of his passes early on, but then Fenwick kind of turned it on in the late part of the second quarter. They scored on their last 2 drives. I think they went 85 yards and another was 80 yards. So deep drives to end the first half, and then they just kind of kept going in the second half, and the defense has just been stout. Niles Notre Dame only got 1 touchdown in the first half, and that was because of a good field position after a good punt. But then Niles Notre Dame got a late touchdown like in the final seconds to make it seem closer than it was. But a really impressive showing out of Fenwick, and both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, Fenwick's been kind of hard to read tonight. I mean, what did you gather from the experience of watching them live? Because I haven't been able to get a real. I guess they haven't been really consistent all year long. What did you see with the Friars?
I think that's the biggest thing for them. It's finding consistency, which is obviously easy to say. But I think offensively, they just need to figure out how to start games quicker. And I kind of talked to Coach Matt Battaglia, and I talked to the quarterback as well. And they said they just got to work through some jitters and that kind of stuff and just get started quickly, because the defense is going to keep them in these games, man. That defense is stout. Nate Marshall is constantly creating pressure, which is allowing other defensive linemen to create pressure. Niles Notre Dame just wasn't really able to do much offensively today. So they're a really strong offense. I mean, they've got the passing game when it's clicking. I thought the running game was good. I think I'd want to see a little bit more, especially maybe against maybe not that Niles Notre Dame isn't a strong team, but maybe a team that they might face later on in the playoffs, where a defense might be able to limit them in the pass game, or are they able to do in the running game. So I think Fenwick, defensively has been there pretty much the entire season. And if they continue to play this way offensively, they can make a deeper run in the playoffs.
I guess it's not too bad to be a little inconsistent, but still be 4-1. So they're a worse place to be.
That is a good way to be. And they got Naz next week. They're looking forward to that matchup as well, already talking about the neighborhood matchup. And they're not letting that record fool them. They know that Naz is Naz, and they're going to be well prepared for that matchup next week.
All right. Thank you so much, Michael. Truly do appreciate your time, and enjoy the rest of your night.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Michael.
you. All right. So it looks like we've got Coach Brian Zimmerman back in here with us. We'll try to see if we could talk to him again. Coach, can you hear us?
I don't know what it's called. I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
It's like the advanced.
Yep, we can definitely hear you. So
okay,
congratulations on the
Great.
congratulations on the big win tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, it was nice to get a win. Before I got cut off, I was down in the bowl at Dundee Crown, so no internet service, I guess. We went through kind of a ringer the first 4 games. We had Prairie Ridge, Huntley, then Cary Grove. So we were real close against Prairie Ridge. Losing 6-0. So it was a good confidence booster. Just got a young team. Got 15 starters starting this year, underclassmen starting this year. So no, we're really proud of our kids. Some goofy stuff happening tonight. They housed the opening KOR on us, which is kind of unexpected, but our kids rallied, probably had over 500 yards of offense. So it was a good confidence booster for our kids to get another win. And our goal is to make the playoffs again, and just keep plugging away 1 week at a time.
How big of a challenge has it been to keep your kids up after that schedule, just the beginning of the schedule that was so difficult?
It's really hard, but plus we were dealing with some injuries, and we're not a Lincoln Way East where you got 150 kids on your sideline like Rob does over there. So we get those injuries, they pile up. I lost an outside linebacker for the year. We're starting to get some guys back, so I think that's a good confidence booster, and I've been blessed with some good running backs. So anyways, the kids have been great. They've taken some hard licks these first 4 weeks, but it was good to see them come out tonight. And we got a tough conference this year. There's a lot of good teams this year. Central, and we still got to play Crystal Lake Central, Burlington. But no, the kids rallied really well.
All right, well, Coach, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time, and best of luck going forward in week 6.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
All right, that was head coach Brian Zimmerman from Jacobs getting the 55-26 win over Dundee Crown. Before we go ahead and head to another reporter, I want to take this time to thank one of our sponsors again. Come to Candlelight Inn, home of the original Chicken George and Jan Sauce. Dining, carryout, and catering available. Locations in Rock Falls, Sterling, as well as Clinton, Iowa. Come try the original Chicken George today. And Coach Brian Zimmerman was talking about Lincoln Way East a little bit, and that was actually the game that Steve Millar was out covering between them and Andrew. So Steve, how did the rest of your night end up going?
Hey guys, yeah, pretty routine night for Lincoln Way East. They beat Andrew 49-7. Nareem Muhammad, the senior running back, had really his breakout game. 18 carries for 170 yards and 5 touchdowns. So yeah, East is really wanted to get that running game going, and looks like they did behind the big offensive line. Josh Janowski, the Iowa recruit, leading the way at center, and kind of ran the ball all over Andrew tonight. And Andrew's got that triple option attack that can give teams some problems, but did not bother Lincoln Way East too much. They held him to 180 total yards. Andrew's only touchdown came on a 100-yard interception return by Jack LeConte. So that was the highlight for the Thunderbolts.
Well, Lincoln Way East, I know, is obviously a team that, will always take what other teams are giving them. But I thought so far this season, by looking at their stats and seeing them, they haven't really been able to get their running game at the level that they usually like to get their running game to. What was the difference for them tonight, in your opinion, in regards to kind of getting that ground game a little bit closer to what we're used to from Lincoln Way East?
Yeah, I think they got Muhammad in a good flow, and Coach Zvonar was talking about wanting to have that 1-2 punch. They got Zion Gist, who kind of took the back seat a little bit to Muhammad tonight, but he did have a touchdown run, and he had a few long runs as well. So I think they can get both those guys going. Obviously, that'll be tough to stop when you get guys like Janowski blocking for him. You got some big holes.
All right. Well, Steve, thank you very much for the update. Really do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And as always, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah. Have a good one, guys.
Okay. Steve, do you have any other scoring updates for us?
Well, one that I just saw that was pretty interesting to me. Bradley Bourbonnais finishes off Lockport to win that game 38-32. Puts Lockport in a situation now where they're down to 3-2 and still got some ominous games left on their schedule. So, they have Lincoln Way East next week, who we just got done learning about, and obviously is playing the way that they usually do. So Lockport has one of the most difficult schedules in the state. There's no doubt about it. So, week by week, they have to play up. And the last couple of weeks, they haven't been able to, I guess, achieve at the level defensively that I know the Lockport program kind of expects. So definitely in a little bit of a regroup mode for Lockport.
Absolutely. So there have been quite a few amazing moments in week 5, as there always are with any of the weeks really for high school football in the state of Illinois. And we've put together a couple more great moments for you right here. All right, some really great moments there here on Live with Friday Night Drive. Want to take another moment to thank SGKR Law. Schweikert, Gannison, Kurzak, and Rundio is a personal injury and workers' compensation law firm dedicated to protecting injury victims. Our attorneys get results with hundreds of millions of dollars in total recovered for our clients to date. Call today, 815-223-0177, or visit us at Gannison.com to set up a free, no cost, no obligation consultation. very interesting, something very interesting to note here. Rock Falls snaps their 21 game losing streak with a 21-16 win over Rockford Christian.
Yeah, Rock Falls, a program that obviously has had a rough go of it over the last couple of years in the Big Northern Conference. Finally breaks through tonight. I thought that was a game they might have a chance to pick off. Rockford Christian has a very small roster. I believe they started the season with 16 or 17 players on their roster. So a game that I thought Rock Falls might be able to pick up a win there. First one for them in quite some time, obviously. So nice for them.
Did we have a did we have an update on IC Catholic Marist?
That was a final. That went final. IC Catholic with a 28-21 win in that game.
Okay, another
couple other Catholic League updates while we're there. Montini did rally and won 35-26 over Marion Catholic. So that one went final as well. So most of the Catholic game. Oh, and the other one that I wanted to give you, Mount Carmel did end up pulling away for a 37-16 win over Carmel. So obviously that game was close for a while and deep into the second half. And like I said before, I thought this was a game that if Carmel could keep it close, it's one of those dreaded moral victories that you talk about. But I felt that's a good showing for Carmel against a Mount Carmel team that has really dismantled almost everybody they played this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it was incredibly close at one point. I mean, at one point, Carmel actually had, Carmel had the lead. And then Mount Carmel just
there for a little while. Yeah.
Yeah. They just ended up pulling away in that one. So it looks like Nazareth actually got their first win tonight as well with I believe I saw the score was 20-13. 21-13 over St. Ignatius. Yep. So, look, we talk about Naz week in and week out. They've had obviously a rough go with their schedule to start the season, but to pick up a win like this against St. Ignatius, who has been playing very, very well, the last couple of weeks, had a good start to their season. That's a big win for Nazareth.
Yeah, it is, and it definitely gets them, a little bit of positive momentum at least. But facts are facts. I hate to douse water after their victory, but I mean they're still looking at Fenwick next week, Brother Rice, Marion Catholic, and then finish with Wheaton St. Francis. And they can't lose any of those games. None of them. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, because they're 1-4 now. I mean, they can maybe have a little, hang their hat on the fact that if we do need 4-win teams, they're going to have a ton of playoff points, and they might be a consideration for one of those, but nobody wants to put themselves into a situation where they have to hope for that. You want to get to 5, so you're pretty much guaranteed that you're going to get into the field. And for Nazareth to do that now, they now have to run the table against that schedule that I just read. I mean, there are a couple games in there that I think they're at least a toss-up or a favorite, but there are a couple games in there they're an underdog too. So, I mean, it definitely is a rough mountain for them to climb. Now that great win for them, I'll give them credit for that. It was a good win over a good team, but they're still 1-4.
So we have some other scoring updates here. It looks like a Normal Community got the shutout over Bloomington, 34-0 in that one. It also looks like, okay, we have South in the NUIC, we have South Fork 30 over West Prairie, 30-0. Martinsville over Pawnee, 52-14. We also have Peoria Notre Dame. I'm going back to the chat here. Peoria Notre Dame with a 27-22 win over Jacksonville. Normal West with a 49-14 win over Peoria Richwoods. Normal University putting up 68 points on Springfield Southeast, 68-6 in that one. So with all of these scores that are now coming to finals, what are which of these games, which of these scores is going to have the biggest impact, do you think, on the playoff field?
Well, there's a couple of them that have come in, and they're both out of the same conference. They're both out of the Southwest Prairie. West Aurora tonight defeated Yorkville in a game that I wasn't really sure what would happen there. I didn't know how strong West Aurora's schedule was out of the box. I was so concerned about their strength of the schedule that I wasn't sure how they were going to do overall in the league. thinking that it might be possible for them to not start 4. They started 4-0. I thought it was maybe possible that they might not get another win, but they got it tonight. So that's their 5th win. They're likely in the playoffs. But the bigger thing there is that drops Yorkville to 2-5 on the season. So, excuse me, 2-3. Or excuse me, one more time. Let's try it again. 1-4 on the year. So that's, they are now, now they're looking at a really dangerous situation in regards to their playoff hopes. So that was one that was really, really telling for me. Another one that kind of, jumped out at me tonight was that Plainfield North win over Oswego. Oswego undefeated heading into that game. Plainfield North in a really uncharacteristic spot for them, was potentially staring at, their record being in a really bad shape, but they pulled out that win, and that puts them in the conversation now a lot more than it did before, because, with a loss, Plainfield North would have been sitting at 1-4 on the season, and that's a very unfamiliar position for them to have to be in. Last year they were 9-0 in the regular season. So, sitting there at 1-3, and then another kind of under the radar score also in the same conference. Plainfield East got their first win tonight over Plainfield Central. It's a good win for them. I don't think they would be the favorite against Joliet West, but the fact that they can beat Plainfield Central, who looked like maybe on paper to be the second best team in that conference, maybe Plainfield East can go on a little bit of a run right now. So that was something that I thought might happen in the future. You got a veteran coaching staff that kind of have to rebuild that program, but that's a nice win for them. So now you look at that Plainfield East Joliet West game with a little bit more interest than you would have ordinarily. I'm not sure when that game is, but it's a couple weeks down the line, I think.
Okay. Yeah. So a lot of different things happening. I feel like there's always something that will affect the playoff field week in and week out. It doesn't matter which week it is. It's absolutely crazy.
Here's a couple of more finals out of the Duquesne that I think are interesting. Wheaton Warrenville South was giving St. Charles North all that they wanted, but St. Charles North eventually rallied, picked up a 42-35 win in that game. And then another one, Geneva ran their record to 5-0 on the season with a 41-13 win over Glenbard North. So like I was talking about earlier now, Batavia and Geneva have now separated themselves from the rest of the conference, both sitting at 3-0 in league play at this point.
Okay. Well, there you go. Because St. Charles North was down for a little bit there, but now, hey, look at that. They came back and got themselves a really nice win. So we did have again, there was a game that went final very much earlier. It was Naperville North against DeKalb. They ended up winning 42-20. And let's see, we have Eddie Carifio, who is actually in here. He is in here with us now to talk about that. So Eddie, sorry, I feel like I kind of caught you off guard there a little bit.
No, it's fine. I'm always appearing startled.
You're fine.
Sorry.
So DeKalb, DeKalb with a 42-20 loss tonight. Seems like Naperville North just kind of ran away with it.
Yeah. For a while though, DeKalb was keeping it close. End of the third quarter, DeKalb gets it down to a score. Gets down to 21-13. Naperville answers back with about 5.5 minutes left. Naperville answers with a 11-play drive. Look, the quarter's going to end. There's still 2 more scores after that. The teams trade first play touchdowns. DeKalb twice got within a score, but that second one that they gave up pushed it back to 2. That just kind of seemed like the backbreaker at that point. DeKalb had a chance in the fourth, mounted a big drive, but it kind of stalled out in the maroon zone, about 25 or so. Naperville answers with the score to push it to 3. So it was definitely a game for a while in the third, but just the big play explosiveness of Naperville North. I know I mentioned Luke Williams, but it was actually the running backs. I want to get the names right. Cole Arl and Alonzo Duckworth for Naperville North. 188 for Arl, 133 for Duckworth. So just big games on the ground. The line, both ends on the Naperville line, just dominating offensive.
Cole Arl had a big game in that Bolingbrook game a couple of weeks ago. Was it kind of a situation like pick your poison for the DeKalb defense, and all of it was poison?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. And that was with a backup quarterback. The starter, Jacob Bell, was hurt last week for Naperville North against Nequa. That necessitated Carson Marler coming in. He's normally a wide receiver. It went 12 out of 15, I think, passing the ball. So obviously the run was the focus, but they were able to throw and be effective there. In fact, Coach Drendel had, after the game, mentioned the Bolingbrook game is like, in that game we responded poorly to a team coming back on us. This game we responded properly. So definitely they use that as an experience going forward. I still won the Bolingbrook game, obviously. I think that one, I just typed it up, I think I ended 51-49. So this one, like I said, 42-20, responding properly according to Coach Drendel.
Okay. All right. Well, Eddie, thank you so much for your time again. Truly do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And again, thank you so much.
Hey, no problem. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Eddie.
Okay, that was Eddie Carifio. He was out covering Naperville North and DeKalb. We have a couple of other scoring updates that are coming in here, especially from the chat. By the way, you said that Yorkville was at 1-4 right now, right?
They're 2-3. Yeah.
Oh wait, are they at 1-4? I'm sorry, 1-4.
They're 2-3 now.
That was 2-3.
That was my mistake. Yeah.
No. That's okay. I had a question from it was from C-Rob 309. He was wondering if Yorkville was at 2-3, if it was a typo on like Max Preps or something like that. But yeah, no,
they are. That was my mistake.
Nope, we're all good. No worries. We got Michael coming in. Yes, we did see that. Warren ended up getting the win over Lake Zurich earlier tonight. Olympia with a 46-19 win over New Berlin. Again, Fenwick, the game that Michael Dwojak was at against Niles Notre Dame. Fenwick with a 24-13 win there. We have Nokomis with a 42-0 win over Tri-County. So just out of curiosity, were there any games tonight, with where the outcome kind of surprised you?
A lot of them in concert while we were going along. I thought there might be an upset brewing that was really going to surprise me, but it seemed like on almost every instance, the team that I had favored managed to group it together. I think the one game that's kind of standing out to me right now is the Lincoln Way West win over Bolingbrook. Not that I didn't think that Lincoln Way West could win the football game. I just questioned whether or not they had enough offensive firepower to kind of match Bolingbrook if it turned into a shootout. But it actually turned into a shootout, and it was Lockport. It was Lincoln Way West that was the aggressor. They kept the pedal to the metal and just kept scoring in that game. So that's a really good sign for them moving forward. I mean, if you would have told Luke Lokank at the beginning of the season that he would have lost his starting quarterback and been 4-1 through their first 5 games on that schedule, he would have probably looked at you like you were out of your mind. So that the way that team has gelled together really effectively and now kind of looks like the favorite to win that side of the conference. They still have to deal with a good Bradley team later on this year. But Lincoln Way West right now, I think, would be the surprise of the results that I've seen. I'm sure there are others that are brewing out there that would be surprising to me that I have not seen yet. But of the games that we have finals and I'm aware of, that's the one that stands out.
Okay. Well, we've we're almost coming up to the end of the night here on Live with Friday Night Drive. I'm Jimmy Musial alongside Steve Soucie. Want to take this time again to thank SGKR Law. Schweikert, Gannison, Kurzak, and Rundio is a personal injury and workers' compensation law firm dedicated to protecting injury victims. Our attorneys get results with hundreds of millions of dollars in total recovered for our clients to date. Call today, 815-223-0177, or visit us at Gannison.com to set up a free, no-cost, no-obligation consultation. Just reading off a couple of other scores that are coming in here from C-Rob 309. Again, thank you very much for being as active as you have been in the chat. We really do appreciate it. We've got Mount Vernon with a 28-14 win over North County. Looks like that's from Missouri. We have a Prospect with a 51-7 win over Rolling Meadows. Monticello wins over Pontiac 40-8. Robinson over Marshall 25-0. Libertyville with a 40-22 win over Waukegan. Let's see. I also have something here. I'm gonna pronounce this wrong. I guarantee it. Hoopston over.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, jeez. I'm on a roll here. Okay, Hoopston over Georgetown Ridge Farm, 47-7 in that one as well. So I don't know if there's a lot of other games that are coming in with final scores. I did see one actually from Hersey against Buffalo Grove. Hersey with a 35-0 win in that one. Hersey had a really good season, obviously last season. Do you see them kind of doing the same thing here? Is this kind of like a pick up where we left off kind of season for them?
It feels like it right now. I mean, they haven't had the easiest schedule through the first 5 weeks of the season, and it seems like they've really kind of put all of their opponents at arm's length. So, yeah, it definitely feels like just kind of a momentum type of thing inside of that program that is kind of sustaining them. But it's a good team. There's no doubt about that. I was pretty confident that they were going to be a good team heading into the season, but I think they've so far they've exceeded my expectations for them, and they were pretty high to begin with.
And another score that's coming in here, Elmhurst with a 38-10 win over Hinsdale Central. So we've got
That's York.
Oh,
that's York. Yeah,
that's York. Okay,
yep.
So York just continuing, York continuing to do, York things at this point. I mean, I don't really know what else to say, but they just continue to hit on all cylinders, it seems.
Yeah, another one of those programs that goes to 5-0 tonight. I think when all the dust clears, we're probably going to have about 70 teams in the state that have won their first 5 games. And based on the way York has played, they definitely belong in that kind of exclusive club. So kind of rolling along and doing their things. I'm not really sure if there's anybody who's going to challenge them in the West Suburban Conference. I think Downers Grove North may give them an interesting game later in the year. But York has established themselves as the favorite in a very strong conference in the West Suburban.
From Weather on the Go, we have 42-0 Dixon over Rockford Lutheran. We have North Boone with a 19-14 win over Stillman Valley.
That's an interesting one.
I was about to ask about that one actually, because Stillman Valley is a very, very good program. Is this final a little bit surprising?
Yeah, it is. When you look at the Big Northern on paper heading into this week, it kind of felt like it was Byron all by itself at the top of the conference. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Dixon maybe a step behind Byron, and then Stillman Valley kind of settling into that 3 spot. But this, kind of brings that into question, to be completely honest with you. Poplar Grove, North Boone has had some interesting results this year. They picked off a win early in the year that I didn't think that they would. I'm drawing a blank on who it was. Then they lost a game that I didn't think that they should. So they've kind of been all over the map, but that's a nice win for them. That's a win that, my scripting of what I thought was going to happen this week definitely didn't have North Boone winning that game. So that's a good win for them.
And some more scores here. Springfield Sacred Heart, 34-0 over Springfield. We have Roxana with a 57-27 win over Salem. Southern Boone from Missouri with a 35-34 win over Quincy Notre Dame, and then Vandalia with a 59-34 win over North Mac.
Okay, none of those are all that surprising. That's a pivotal loss for Quincy Notre Dame, though, to the Missouri team Southern Boone. They have multiple games against out-of-state opponents, and based on the way that their schedule is put together, they needed to win pretty much all of those games. So losing that game by a point will probably hurt them in the long run.
Just out of curiosity, the Genoa, Kingston, and Winnebago, excuse me, how was that surprising that game went into overtime?
A little bit, but Genoa Kingston's another one of those teams in the Big Northern Conference. It's kind of been all over the map this year. They've played well in some games, and then some other games that maybe you thought that they should have won on paper. It did not happen. So, Winnebago and those guys have been struggling this year, so that was kind of a little bit of a rise up for them that they came just short on. But yeah, the Big Northern Conference, outside of knowing that Byron is on top and maybe Dixon is a step behind him, you don't know what's going to happen right now from 3 to 10 in that league. It's really been all over the map this year.
Absolutely. So, by the way, also, so with Princeton getting a 28-6 win over Sterling tonight, how do you think things are looking for Princeton going forward?
Well, for Princeton, that's a wonderful sign. I mean, that's a win that is kind of a feather in their cap win, a win over a bigger program that has had some success. I don't really see any more serious obstacles on their schedule. It looks like it's very possible for them to finish 8-1. What this does for Sterling is that one stings for them. This is a team that, in years past, you just kind of assumed playoff berth. But that loss dropped Sterling to 2-3 on the season. And they've yet to play Quincy, Moline, and Geneseo. And they really have to, 2 or 3. They've got to win 2 or 3 right now out of those games. So, that's going to be very difficult for them.
Okay. Well, yep. So Princeton looking pretty good. And it is now, we're drawing even closer to the end of the night here on Live with Friday Night Drive. So we will go ahead and take a commercial break, and we will be back with our final thoughts. I'm Jimmy Musial with Steve Soucie here on Live with Friday Night Drive.
Come to Candlelight Inn, home of the original Chicken George and Jan Sauce. Dine in, carry out, and catering available. Located in Rock Falls and Sterling, Illinois, as well as Clinton, Iowa. Come try our original Chicken George today.
Need a roof, vinyl windows, or doors? Call R.E. Duchesne Construction. With an A-plus rating for the Better Business Bureau and servicing Will, Grundy, and Kendall counties, call R.E. Duchesne. 815-722-2821. Financing available. Find out more online at reduchene.com.
Are going to come right down to the wire. Yeah, he really likes this field. Team of the Week MVP.
I like Reich.
I like Reich.
Since 2016, it's been my privilege to represent the people of the 63rd District. I want to continue representing you as an independent voice in Springfield.
I like Reich. We like Reich.
We're here to help you with your problems that result from an automobile accident or an injury on the job or the loss of a loved one. There's no reason you should go through this alone and guess that you're doing things right.
We deal with tragedies that affect families and individuals every day.
Come here and protect your interests. We've been doing this collectively for over 100 years. Let's put that experience to work for you.
All right, we are back with Live with Friday Night Drive. It has been a very eventful week, as always. I feel because it's high school football in the state of Illinois, and you can't. Time flies when you're having fun. But Steve, before we head out for the night, just some final thoughts on everything that kind of transpired this evening.
A lot of it kind of played to form. But there were still some games out there that really kind of twisted you around a little bit and gave you a little bit more to think about in regards to these teams moving forward. So a fun week 5, got a lot of clarity. I think when all the dust clears and we figure it out after tomorrow's games and today's games, like I said before, I think we'll have maybe 65 to 70 teams left in the state that are 5-0, and for all intents and purposes have pretty much punched their postseason tickets. They will be in the playoffs, because I don't think we're going to have very many 5-win teams, if any, left out this year. So getting to 5 is the goal. Obviously, those teams that have already reached 5 have bigger goals now that they want to strive for. But the first goal is getting yourself to 5. And a lot of teams did that tonight in pretty interesting fashion.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that is going to do it for us here on Live with Friday Night Drive. I want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in tonight. Thank you to the people that have been helping us in the chat. Thank you so much for engaging with it and giving us those scores. I want to take this time to also thank Kyle Neighbors and Neil Tarnowski for all the great work that they are doing behind the scenes to help us out here. And last but not least, we can't not thank the, we can't not thank the sponsors. So thank you very much to Candlelight Inn. Thank you very much to Ari Duchesne Construction. And most importantly, SGKR Law. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate you. And I'm Jimmy Musial. He's Steve Soucie. And we'll see you next week here on Live with Friday Night Drive.
Hey guys, back in right now to talk a little bit more high school football tonight. I have not been able to stay on top of the scores quite as well as I would have hoped, but look forward to kind of learning along with, and I appreciate all the scores that you guys have been throwing in there tonight. I'm going to slowly get caught up on those things, but I'll kind of talk my way through it as we go. A lot of interesting stuff tonight, but like I said, we're gonna be figuring them out as we go. So please be patient with me. I might ask you to throw me a score that you already threw up there, to be completely honest with you, because I'm just piecing them together as I get them. But real interesting night in Illinois high school football. So now as I'm kind of breaking through them, I'll have the ability. Please excuse my eye contact because I won't be really doing it with the screen very much, but I'm moving along. But I will try to interact as much as I can. Apologize, I won't get to your questions immediately, but because I'm kind of digging through some of the scores that you guys threw up earlier. But be patient, and if you want to just throw a question up there, I'll eventually get to it. I have quite a bit of juice left in my tank right now because I'm used to being up a lot later and having a lot more to do. So now that I'm getting the scores so early, I'll be able to talk a little bit about them as I put them in. So right now I'm putting in some scores in the Mid-Illini Conference. Looked pretty much the way I expected in that conference tonight. Favorites all winning in that one. It was an interesting game there. I'm looking at the Peoria Notre Dame Jacksonville final right now. It was a game that kind of on paper looked pretty even to me. That's a good win for Peoria. Notre Dame pulls them to 4-1 on the season, so sets them up nicely for the second half. Jacksonville, that was kind of a pivotal game for them. I'm interested to see how that kind of affects how I see them now as they dropped to 2-3 and got some tough games down the line for them. So that's going to be a challenge. Normal West there with a comfortable win. Definitely playing pretty good football in Normal. So, all right. Really like that Normal community team. Another big win tonight for them. They're really tearing it up. So, let's see. Normal Community West, 49-14. Let's put that in there. 14-49. 34-0. Okay. So, just going to kind of keep crawling down these scores now. I will tell you as I see them, a couple of things that I'm missing from earlier tonight. Looking for an Effingham-Charleston score that may be in here somewhere, but I have not seen it. So appreciate that if someone could dig that one out for me. Normal University with a big win. Really like what Normal University is doing this year. Maybe not quite at the top of the Central State 8, but certainly doing a nice job against the teams that they have to win against. Big 68-6 win tonight I see over Field. So that's a nice win for them. Okay, Rushville 26-22 over Havana. Turn down there and get that one. Guys are all over it tonight. I wish I had 4 sets of eyes because I was noticing all night long you guys were throwing a lot of great scores in there. I really appreciate that. So, yeah, I'm looking at that now. I'm mad at myself for misreferring the Yorkville records. So, yeah, that was, Yorkville is 2-3. I don't want anybody to panic. Yorkville is not 1-4 like I originally stated. That was a mistake on my part. They happen sometimes, especially in the heat of the moment. So Lake Zurich, nice win over Warren tonight. Warren's got 3 losses. That's something you don't see very often. All right. So let's go down here. Over and almost over again. Okay. So I got a couple of scores from the Sangamo to put in here. All right. So Olympia 46-19 over New Berlin. Okay. Right. So Nokomis 42-0 over Tri-County. All right. Newton 28-20 over Richland County. I think that's Newton's first win of the year. Okay. So Newton 28-20. Prospect 51-7 over Rolling Meadows. Prospect at 4-1 now. Rolling Meadows at 1-4. No climb for them. Okay. Monticello 40-8 over Pontiac. Okay, thank you for that Charleston Effingham score, Michael. I appreciate it. Okay. Now I need another Apollo score. I need Muhammad, Seymour, and Taylorville. I'm looking for that one. Okay. All right, so that's the last one that I need out of the Apollo. Let's see. Taylorville lost 42-0. I'm to win that game, but not quite by that much. That's a nice win. Okay. Now we're down into the Big 12. I'm looking for a bunch of them in there. I know you guys might have posted these already, but looking for a Peoria manual score. Also looking for a Champaign Central Urbana score. It's a good win for Mount Vernon tonight, I see. Okay. Good team for them. Respect. Okay. Odds over Marshall. 25-0. Okay. All right, Libertyville wins at 40-22. It's 40-22. Okay. All right, so still moving along pretty good here. Catching up on quite a few of them that I missed. Catching up in the chat too, so starting to see some of the scores that I missed early on tonight when I was on the broadcast. So Monticello over Pontiac, got that one in. Robinson over Marshall. I got that one in too. Yep. Libertyville Waukegan, got that one in. Hoopston and Georgetown Ridge Farm. It's 47-7. Okay. There's 35-10. Okay. Mercy 35-10. Grove. Okay. So, all right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break here. I had to go let my dogs out, but I'll be right back. Once again, we've got a couple of needs out of the Big 12 conference right now: Champaign Central and Urbana, Peoria and Peoria Manual. Danville, and Champaign Centennial are the three that I'm looking for out of that conference. So I'll be back in about 5. Thanks, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Appreciate it. Okay, Peoria, that's 58-0, so needed that one. All right. So now, in the Big 12, I'm looking for Danville score and a Danville score against Champaign Centennial and a Champaign Central Urbana score. Those are the two that I seek in that conference. Don't mind me. I'm just pulling up another menu here. Kind of help me out in finding things. Yeah, right now I'm looking for trying to track down Champaign Central and Urbana and Danville Champaign Centennial. Those are the two games that I'm looking for before I move on. Danville 25-12. Okay, thank you. $25-12. Centennial. Okay, found the central score, 58-6. So now we're going to move on down here. Have all the Black Diamond scores. I found all those. All right, so now I am looking for a Carlisle Dupo score. I just found that one. So that's 44-38, Carlisle's favor, which makes that an even messier conference than it was already, which is pretty messy. Okay, I need a Breeze Central score against Wood River East Alton. I got that one too. That's 49-0. Breeze Central over Wood River. Okay. Just about to one of my favorite adventures of the night. Find your Chicago Public League score. Never easy to find those. See how it goes tonight. Santa one's 57-27. I know one score that I'm going to be looking for here in a minute is final on St. Rita and Marmion. I know that St. Rita won comfortably. I just never saw the actual final of the game. The other Catholic League score that I'm looking for tonight is Bennett and De La Salle. I have not seen that anywhere. Yeah. I think we might have some visitors here in a minute. I think I'm going to have to let my dogs in the room here because they're going to throw a fit if I don't let them in. Hopefully they won't be too destructive. Thank you for the St. Rita's score. Appreciate it, Michael. Like I said, the other public Catholic League score that I don't have right now is the Bennett De La Salle score. I need to dig that one out from somewhere. Okay. I'm going to go let my dogs in the room here. Hopefully they won't destroy everything in their path. That's how they roll. So I've got a bead on where I might find Bennett. Yep, Bennett wins 20-12. So Winnie, be quiet. Okay. So agreed, Alex. That is a big win for Bradley. Especially after the way they got beat. The heartbreaker lost to them last year, but that is a big win for Bradley moving forward. I thought they were a playoff team before. Now I'm sure of it. So nice win. Okay, so I'm through the Catholic League. Step away for 1 second. I'll be right back. Hopefully the Golden Retrievers will not be too obtrusive here, but this is the way they behave sometimes. They like to get in everyone's business. Okay. So now I'm going to start looking around for some scores in the Central Illinois Conference because I've got all my Catholic League scores. All right, I'm looking for a Shelbyville score against Warrensburg-Latham. I know I don't have that one yet. Score wins big, 42-14. I thought they'd win that big. Okay. So that's the only one that I'm missing in the Central Illinois. I'm going to check one more place. And we're going to move on to the Central State 8. I'm doing these alphabetically by conference. If you haven't noticed, I found a method that works for me to get this done a little bit quicker when I do it that way. So I'm just kind of going alphabetically by conference here. We're going to get slowed down when we hit the public league here in a minute because that's never easy to find. But I just found the Shelbyville score, so I don't need that one anymore. Those are done. So I'm on to the Central State 8. See what we got there. I know some of these were posted earlier, but I missed them in the hubble-lub of what was going on. So I'm sure this was posted, but I need a Sacred Heart Griffin Springfield score. I did not see that one. I'd also like a confirmation on MacArthur beating Glenwood tonight. Not saying that's impossible, but I've seen a 14-12 score. I just wonder if anybody could confirm that for me. I'm also looking for a Lincoln Springfield Southeast score. I think I saw that somewhere earlier, but I can't confirm whether or not I actually did. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Just making sure. That doesn't shock me, but it surprises me a little bit. So MacArthur with that 14-12 win. Thank you on Lincoln as well. I just found it, but I appreciate the help. She wins 34-7. Okay. Saw the Rochester score. I have that somewhere over here. Rochester wins 50. Okay. On to Central Suburban South. I know that Maine West won 20-19 because Coach told me that. He visited us earlier this evening. So now, just need to find the other two scores in that conference. Okay, I'm in need of a Niles West and Niles North score and a Maine East Vernon Hills score. Those are the two that I need from this conference. Never mind, I've got both of them. So that was quick. Niles West. Boy, it's got to be the first time Niles West has been 4-1 in a while. Start for them. And Vernon Hills beat Maine East. And that's exactly how I thought that would play out. Deerfield beats Glenbrook North, which is what I think would happen. I'm not surprised Maine South won, but boy, hanging 50 on that New Trier team. It was a New Trier team I was pretty impressed with last week when I saw them against Barrington. I thought they were a pretty decent team, but did not have it going very well tonight. 42-33 for Glenbrook South. That was a must-win for them. All right, now I am into the Chicagoland Christian. I know that score, so I'm going to go check it real quick. But yeah, Road Christian beats Bishop McNair 51-0. BB's Crew. Race the King loses to Woodstock Marion, or Marion Central Catholic. They are known by most. Okay. Now I'm in the Prairie. Wait, barely beats Elmwood Park. That surprises me. And we got to go down here. Hey guys, I'm getting a lot of these scores in, so I don't have a lot of requests right now, but they'll come. St. Bede 42-8 over Westmont. And Seneca easily over Ridgewood. So, now my favorite endeavor, finding public league scores. I will be needing help here, I'm sure. Urban Prep Bronzeville and Phillips. I need that one. I do not have that. I think I need Morgan Park, but I think I'm going to discover that game was moved to Saturday. I did not know it. And that is what has happened. Morgan Park is playing on Saturday at 11. So I don't need that one, obviously, because it hasn't been played. So now I'm going to go find that one. Another one that I'm looking for. Yeah, Levi, your question is about the White Central, Aspira and 9 Nobles. They're limited to how many teams that can qualify. So that conference is extraordinarily confusing because despite the fact that it's a 10-team conference, they're only allowing their top 2 finishers to be playoff qualifiers. So there's a scenario in play where you could have 3 teams that tied at the top of a conference. You won't have a natural tiebreaker because it's possible that maybe they didn't play one of the teams in the tiebreaker. So I don't even know how they're going to break that tie. So, but yes, in the White Central Division, which includes, like Levi offered there, Aspira and the 9 Noble schools, only the top 2 finishers in conference play will be eligible to go to the playoffs. So fundamentally, you could lose 2 games in the conference and finish with a 7-2 record, and you wouldn't be eligible if you played in that conference and finished 3rd. So that's going to be interesting to look out for as we go deeper into the season. I don't think any of those teams will make any real damage in the playoffs, obviously, but who gets in kind of affects like some of the break lines because those schools have wildly different enrollments. It's not like, oh, you're going to have they're all 3A schools, so you got to take 2 spots for 3A schools. They could be all over the map. So it's pretty confusing. And then the other thing with the other white divisions, there are 5 white divisions in the Chicago Public League. Only the first 4 teams in the other white divisions can qualify for the playoffs. So if you finish 5th in your conference with a 5-4 record, it doesn't matter. You don't get to go. So that's something to keep an eye on, especially for those teams that are chasing down those last couple of spots in the field. They might not go to public league teams this year like they have in the past. Might open up more possibilities for 4-win teams to make the field too. So it's kind of a landmine because it's really hard to figure those out, but interesting nonetheless. Very confusing to try to figure those out, no doubt about it. So right now I'm actually finding a lot of these public league scores. This is very weird, but I'm still looking for Phillips and Urban Prep Bronzeville. So if anybody has a beat on that one, that would be appreciated. Now I'm getting into that Noble division that we were talking about before, and I'm going to need some of those too. And good luck finding those because those are very difficult to find. Yes, that only includes conference play. So, I mean, potentially you could win both of your non-conference games and finish 3rd in the league and finish with a better record than someone else, but it's only conference play. Those teams that come out of there, they all played 2 non-conference games, but for all rhyme or reason, it doesn't matter how they did in those games because the key is going to be finishing in 1st or 2nd place in that division. Because if you don't do that, you do not get to go. So only conference play. So I'm looking for some scores in that division. And like I said, if anybody can find them, you get the gold star for the night because these are impossible to find. I never find them. They are tonight's victims are Noble Aspira against Noble Muchin. And that's the only one. The rest of them are Saturday games. So I'm only missing one. So 2 public league games that I'm looking for right now. Phillips, Urban Prep Bronzeville, and Noble Muchin and Noble Aspira. So those are the 2 that I need to get there. I'm going to check to make sure that game didn't get moved to Saturday because that sometimes happens in these smaller public league divisions. They move the games and they don't tell anybody. But I'm going to check real quick to make sure I'm not sending someone on a wild goose chase for a score that does not exist, at least not tonight. So that game has completely disappeared. That's kind of funny. I can't find it anywhere. Interesting. That's probably likely because that game is, I see that now, and I think that's probably right. So I'm going to, okay. That's why I can't find it in any of my schedule listings. Okay, so then we're going to give them a forfeit win. Move on. So now I'm going to go down into the white divisions of the public league, which also usually tend to be very difficult scores to find. Still looking for that Phillips score. I don't know if anybody has access to that from tonight. That's one that I am missing. I'm going to check one other place for it. See if it pops up for me. It is not popping up. So it is Phillips Urban Prep Bronzeville is the missing score from this evening so far. Now I'm going to go find some of these public league white scores. All right. Carver over good, 1914. I needed that one. It's good to go. Okay. Now we're looking for Inglewood, Stem, and King. That's 20-14 for Stem. Okay. And guessing that game got moved, but okay. Let's see. White. There's another one that I can't. Oh, there it is. It's been moved to Saturday. I love how the public league doesn't tell people that they're moving their games. Makes this process so much easier. That's sarcasm. Okay. All right, so now we're out of the public league for tonight. Once again, still looking for Phillips Urban Prep Bronzeville from tonight. That's one that I am missing. All right, I think I have all the scores from the Duquesne here, so I'm going to be able to skip right past them. I do. Park was the last one that I was missing. So that's 24-7 win for Lake Park tonight. It's Lake Park to 3-2, so that's a good win for them. Go all the way down to the heart of Illinois now. So this is where I'm going to start asking for scores that you might have already posted from today. So I appreciate any help you can give me. Ridgeview, and let's start with Ridgeview and Tremont. Which I have not seen anywhere tonight. Ridgeview and Tremont is the current game that I'm seeking. Checking another one of my sources real quick before I move on to another game that I'm looking for. Okay, so I'm going to put these other ones in that I just found. Hayworth 29-28 over Fieldcrest. They were 4-1. Good start for them. Okay, Tri-Valley 31-13 over El Paso Gridley. Okay, and then Eureka 42-8 over Deer Creek Mackin. Still looking for Ridgeview and Tremont out of the heart of Illinois. Also looking for Gibson City, Melvin, Sibley, and Fisher. I'm not looking at that for any more because I just found it. Gibson City will enter in that one. So loses that one. Okay. So Ridgeview 51-0. Thank you, Levi. Appreciate it. Okay. moving along quite nicely right now. I think we're probably in the neighborhood of about 75 scores left to put in. Right now, I'm going to move on to the Illini Prairie Conference. I'm looking for Prairie Central and Illinois Valley Central. Got that one, so that one's on the board. Now I'm looking for, actually, I think I got all these scores. It's just a matter of putting them in. Very central. Okay. And Tours is 26-57 to Paxton, 57-26 for them. And that's a nice win for Bloomington Central Catholic. Really took down Tolono Unity. 4-touchdown win for them. I could have seen a scenario where Bloomington Central Catholic would have won that game, but not quite that comfortably. Boy, that's a nice win. Carterville picking up that non-conference win over St. Joe Ogden. Still, Carterville's confused me a lot of the season so far. But that's a pretty nice win for them moving forward. Carterville, one of those teams that gets to 5-0 tonight, seeing quite a few of those. All right, so we're through the Illinois now. We're down to the Illinois Central 8. And no, I've seen most of these scores tonight. I might ask you to repeat one for me. I think I've seen all of these at one time or another. But let's go and check them. Okay, I know I saw a Mantino score earlier. Mantino and Lyle, I need that one. I also need a Wilmington Reed Custer final. I'm sure that that's been posted somewhere, but I don't currently have it right in front of me. Let's see. Thank you again, Levi. That was what I thought it was, but I wasn't positive. Okay. So, 55-9. Nice win for Mantino. They're up to 3-2 now after a tough start. Wilmington 35-14. That's also what I thought it was, but wasn't sure. They happen to have a Herscher score with Streeter tonight. I wouldn't turn that one away either. I just found it 27-12 for sure. My dog is bothering me for some attention here, so I might slow down for a second. Okay, I'm looking for an Aurora Central Catholic score against Kingdom Prep Lutheran in Wisconsin. My throat is really dry right now. Talking too much tonight. Okay. So I got some other independent scores here. So right now the scores that I seek are Aurora Central Catholic and Kingdom Prep Lutheran out of Wisconsin, and Phillips and Urban Prep Bronzeville are the two scores that I'm looking for. So Collinsville wins 54-0 over Granite City. Let's see, Notre Dame loses 34-35. Going through the independent scores right now, Mater Dei with a 38-18 score over Macomb. Right. Okay, Kingdom Prep Lutheran with a 46-20 win. Good job, Levi. You're the man. Thank you. Appreciate it. I don't know where you found that score, but nice work. Okay. I'm also looking for a Madison oblong score. That should also be an interesting challenge. Okay. So we're at 2 scores that I'm missing right now. Phillips, Urban Prep Bronzeville, and Madison Oblong are the 2 ones that I do not have. But that's pretty good for this early in the game. Okay. Looking for a Sandwich Johnsburg. Looking for a final on that one. I know I saw it earlier. I didn't record it. Also looking for Richmond Burton. Nope, I got that one. Never mind. Thank you, Sandwich. 28-6. Sycamore beats Rochelle 21-6. That rounds that conference out. Moving along real nicely tonight. Not hitting a lot of obstacles. Keeneland over Ottawa, 49-14. Looking for a Woodstock North score from tonight. Never mind, I just found it. It's Woodstock North 14. It's Woodstock 7. Paris beats LaSalle Peru 40-0. They get to 5-0. Great start for them. Now on to the Little Illini Conference, or the Lincoln Prairie Conference. Okay, looking for an Arthur Cumberland score. I have not seen that one all right long. Sarah Gordon. Kenta over Sangamon. Miss Tri-County 42-0. I had that one already. Bill Grove over Arcola. Okay. So, still looking for an Arthur score. Arthur and Cumberland in that division. And just found that one. So that one's in the books. It's 14-6 in favor of Arthur. Right, now down to the Lincoln Prairie Land. Have still probably in the neighborhood of about 70 scores that we need to have put in before we're done for the night. Moving along real good. Not even midnight yet. This is crazy. Don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of my evening.
Okay, Knoxville, 44-0. Good Knoxville team. A lot of teams beat Mercer County 44-0. Stark County. I see my old buddies from Stark County doing so well so far to start the season. Farmington survives a nail biter apparently against Elmwood tonight. Surprised that was that close, but Farmington also 5-0. Illini West with a big win over Lewistown. 6-6. And go down to the small now. That one's all done. Okay. Moving along real good, guys. Once again, 2 scores that I'm missing right now. Phillips, Urban Prep, Bronzeville, Madison, and Oblong. Okay, missing a bunch right now from this conference. So, start with South Fulton and Rova. Just found that one. That was 35-18 in favor of Rova. Weathersfield is another one that I'm looking for. Their game against Abingdon. No dice on Weathersfield and Abingdon so far. Gonna have to add that one to the list. All of my sources are coming up dry at this point in time on that one. There we go. Thank you, sir. 42-0 for Anawan Weathersfield. And now I'm also looking for Princeville and United. Nope, just got it. Okay, Princeville, 36-20. So now let's move on down to the Little Illini Conference. I think I was only missing 1 score today on those guys because Casey Westfield and Lawrenceville is tomorrow. Battle of 2 4-0 teams, one of the few this week. That's a Saturday afternoon tilt. So now I'm looking for Mount Carmel and Paris. Still looking for Mount Carmel and Paris. Well, I think your question, if they finish 5-3, they'll get a forfeit win. So, over Rock Island Alleman. So they'll get that 9th game. So if you're asking if they finish 5-4, will they get in? I think right now everybody that gets to 5 wins is probably going to get in the playoffs. And if there are any that don't, it'd probably be a Chicago Public League school with low playoff points. So getting to 5 wins will probably get you in. But the one thing to keep in mind, I don't know if you're making a mistake there typing 5-3. They will get awarded a forfeit victory over Alleman. 49-7. Thank you, guys. So that wraps that one up. Moving down. Okay. So I have all the scores from the Middle Illini. I got those earlier. Now I'm on to the MSL. So Elk Grove beats Wheeling. I think that was the only one that I needed. It is. So now we go to the east, off to the west. What do we got for me here, guys? Okay. MLS West. Opponent beat Schaumburg 16-12. So that's a win for them. Schaumburg. Okay. And Palatine beat Hoffman Estates 49-34. So Palatine up to 3-2 now. Then the other game is tomorrow in that league. Okay, now to the Mississippi Valley. So I don't have any of the scores here right now. So maybe asking for those pretty soon. Let's check one place first. Okay, I got them all. So they're all here. I just have to put them in. Scuda 66-34 over Civic Memorial. We had 28-21 over Jersey. That was one that I wasn't sure about heading into the night. Waterloo loses to Highland 38-6. Okay. So now I think I have one score left in the North Suburban. That is Mundelein losing to Stevenson 10-3. That's Mundelein's first loss of the season. Okay. Zion Bend and Lake Forest. That's 35-26. So that's 35. Okay, guys. Now we're into the Northern Illinois 10. I've not seen any of these scores, so that we might be on the hunt for these. Let's check the first place they check. See what they got for me, and then go from there. Okay, got some folks here. All right, we got them all. So good stuff there. Over to your north with a win tonight. East with a loss. Harlan with a win. Auburn with a loss. Here north with a win. Niga with a win. Boylan and Auburn win. Let's see. Boylan wins 42-15. Okay. Now we're on to the Northern Lake County Conference. Antioch wins 50-13 over Grays Lake North. Okay. Grant 55-0 over Round Lake. Okay. So rounding up the rest of the Northern Lake County scores here. And it is North Chicago over Lakes 23-15. And Grays Lake Central loses to Wakanda 8-19, 19-8. Okay, now to the Northwest Upstate Illini. What do you got for me tonight, boys? Anything interesting? Okay, so far it looks like I need everything from the Northwest Upstate Illini. So I'm going to start. My first source provided no scores. Okay, got Forreston, 46-0 over West Carroll. Okay, I just got Fulton, 38-8 over Dakota. I know Lena Winslow is playing tomorrow. So right now I'm looking for Galena and Duran Pecatonica. Just got that one. So that's 214 in favor of Dupec. Now I'm down to Stockton. Anybody got a Stockton score for me against Eastland Pearl City? I have no sourcing on Stockton at this point in time. Okay, so Stockton, Eastland, Pearl City gets moved to the list of scores that I'm looking for. Gives us a total of 3. Phillips, Urban Prep, Bronzeville, Madison, Oblong, and whatever score I just told you, Stockton and Atlantic Eastland. Now we're moving to the Sangamo. Let's see what we got here. Okay, I'm looking for Auburn, Petersburg, Porta. I know I've not seen that one all night long. Stockton 35-8. Great, thank you, Levi. $8.35. All right. So now we're at Auburn, Petersburg, Porta. Forsyth wins big again, 5-0 for them. Riverton loses to Pleasant Plains, 50-14. Auburn 48-14 over Porta. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. Now we're going to Southern Illinois. Mississippi, let's start with those. I believe we're under 50 scores for the night. Okay. Need them all. Pinckneyville and DuQuoin to start. That's the first one that I'm looking for. I found Nashville, so Pinckneyville and DuQuoin is the first one. Okay, and I just found Benton and Anna Jonesboro. So, down to just DuQuoin and Pinckneyville. Thank you, Michael. 61-19. Favor of DuQuoin. Pretty much what I expected there. That league this week, so then we'll go to the other side. Let's go to the Ohio, see what's going on there. Okay. Looking for a Harrisburg, Massac County score. And that appears to be the only one that I'm looking for. I got the other two. Thank you, Levi. Appreciate it. Okay, now on to the South Central Conference. Moving on down. Okay, got all the scores there, so just punch them in here. Westby loses to Staunton. Harlanville over Southwestern. 7-14. Richfield with a 9-7 win. Hillsboro. Greenville. Battle of the Undefeateds. 28-6 win for Greenville tonight. So far, if you were a 4-0 team, you wanted me to pick against you. Been bad in the 4-0 games week so far. I think I've missed half of them. Okay. All right. Now we're through that conference and on to the South 7. Got about 15 more conferences to go here, which means we're probably sitting around 60 games left. All right, Cahokia beat Marion, so that's a little bit of a surprise. But in fairness, Cahokia has had some forfeits, so their information on them is kind of limited at this point. Carbondale over Centralia. That's a good win for Carbondale. Needed that one. All right, on to South Suburban. So Tinley Park loses 21-0 to TF North. Wow, TF North is 5-0. Goodness, who could have predicted that coming out of the season? 1-7 last year. They have turned it around in Calumet City. Okay. All right, Lamont with a 51-12 win over Oak Forest. And the other one here is a crossover, so I'm going to check one place for that. No, I have it. Hillcrest with a 41-27 win. So that's a good win for them. Eisenhower down a few seeds in the next projection. Right. Now, I'm back up to where I was before here to catch the rest of these scores. Argo with a 17-7 win over Shepherd. Argo probably one of the more confusing 4-1 teams in the state right now. Not really sure how good they are. Richards 41-0 over Evergreen Park. They lost 2 non-conference games, but Richards seems to have gotten it back on track now. All right, on to the Southland. Kankakee with a 54-0 win over Thornwood tonight. Really moving along tonight, guys. 45 game range right now. All right, looking for a Thornridge Thornton score from tonight. That one has not shown up. Yeah, missing that all over the place. So Thornton and Thornridge. Okay. Crete beats Riverside Brookfield 42-7. Now we're out of the Southland Conference. On to the Southwestern Conference. Okay, got both of these. Millville East with an easy win over Alton. St. Louis plays tomorrow, so only 2 games in this conference. Edwardsville, a 47-0 win in their game. So, now, on to the Southwest Prairie East. Plainfield South with a 27-14 win over Romeoville. That's their first win of the year. And Plainfield East gets their first win under Coach Harvey Jackson with a 21-13 win over Plainfield Central. The other game in that league is a Saturday game. So now let's look at the Southwest Prairie West. Plainfield North knocks off previously undefeated Oswego. That's a 10-7 game right there. Defensive struggle. Yorkville drops to 2-3 now after that loss to Aurora West. Aurora West 5-0 to start the year. Doing their thing. Final year in the Southwest Prairie Conference for them, looking to leave on a bang. Paducah 36, Oswego East 14. So, now we're moving on to the Southwestern Blue. These are crossover games, so we'll go check the non-con board here. Wood Flossmoor with a 41-13 win over Stagg. I think we're sitting at about 30 games that I'm looking for right now. Like I mentioned before, a couple of the ones that I can't find right now are Madison and Oblong, Phillips and Urban Prep Bronzeville. I just saw that C-Rob came through with that Thornton score for me. Much appreciated. So, very few Friday games left to go here, guys. Really tearing it up today. Boy Central with that 20-14 win over Sandburg. Gets them to 4-1. And Homewood Flossmoor with a 41-13 win over Stagg. Good. And then we've got Bolingbrook lost tonight to Lincoln Way West. So that puts Lincoln Way West at 4-1. Okay. On to the Three Rivers Conference. Starting to see the end of the line here, guys. There's got to be no more than 30 on the board right now that we're looking for. Okay. So, need a little help here in the Three Rivers. Looking for Mendota and Bureau Valley. I 41-0 win Kewanee at 5-0. Another 5-0 kind of surprise team right there. Okay. Still looking for, there we go. We got the Mendota score in there. Bureau Valley with that 35-14 win. Looking for Newman Central Catholic and Erie now. Found that one, guys. No need to chase. Newman with a 20-7 win. Thanks anyway, Levi. Appreciate it. Okay. Now we're heading to the other side of the Three Rivers now. Three Rivers Rock. 7 more conferences to go right now. Got those scores all in here. Rock Ridge, win over Orion. Sherrard, winner over Riverdale. Getting down to the end here, so if you got any general questions from the evening you want to discuss, we can. Like I said, I'll look at some general overviews after we get all the games in, but like I said, still missing 2 from tonight so far. Phillips, Urban, Prep, Bronzeville, Madison, and Oblong. But other than that, scores are really coming in nicely tonight. Okay, I'm also, let's see here. Yes, I will have late night streams for the rest of the season. Week 8 and week 9, maybe even week 7, If the scores keep coming in at this speed, we will actually talk a little brackets and like what the scores look like and how that affects them after those weeks. But yeah, Friday Night Drive After Dark is back for the rest of the regular season. We had some, obviously I couldn't stay where I was at the last couple of weeks and not crash into a highway pylon on my drive home from Crystal Lake. It's about a 2-hour drive from me. So now they've set me up here at home. So I'll be able to go right into Friday Night Drive After Dark after the regular show is over. And we'll go right into it. And hopefully I think I've formulated a better plan so we won't be chasing as many scores. But I won't be able to do that until next week. But definitely liking the way we're getting a better score stream in. So like right now it's a little after midnight and I'm down to like 20 scores, which is just insane for this early in the evening. Hey Paul, how you doing, buddy? Right now Wilmington is sitting in 2A. I haven't looked at the rest of Mantino's schedule yet, so I can't answer that firmly for you, but I think the opportunity is there. 3-2 now for the Panthers. I think they can do it. I think ultimately what it'll come down to is I don't believe they played Reed Custer yet, and I think that's going to be the pivotal game for them. If they get that win, they'll probably get in. So, thanks, buddy. Where were you at tonight, man? Where you at, Paul? You go to a game tonight? Okay. Now we're heading to the Vermilion Valley, so get those scores in there. Talk to you soon, man. Thanks for checking in. Appreciate it. Okay. On to the Vermilion Valley. Okay, looking for a Westville Oakwood score. I've not seen that one around. Vince gets to 5-0 with a 21-7 win over Iroquois West. Central Edges, Wansika. Salt Fork edges Bismarck Henning, 14-13. That's interesting. Okay, so looking for Oakwood and Westville. Thank you, Levi. I don't even have to ask twice. Levi's got me. Okay, on to the West Suburban. They got all these scores. Addison Trail with a 42-12 win over Proviso East. Downers Grove South, 34-0 over Morton. Okay, here's one that I need. Hinsdale South and Willowbrook. Not have that one out of the West Suburban Gold. Nope, never mind. Found it. 37-34 Willowbrook. Yes, 134-0. I had that one already. So York 38-10 over Hinsdale Central. The Proviso West. Okay. Downers Grove North 38-6 over Oak Park River Forest. Lions. Is that game tomorrow? Lions Proviso West? I'm not seeing it. Okay. Yep, that Lions Proviso West game got moved to Saturday. Surprised that wasn't noted. They usually do a pretty decent job of changing that. It's Saturday, 1 p.m. Okay, on to the Western Big Six. Thank you, C-Rob. Both of you guys getting that Westville score for me. Appreciate it. All right, so down to the Western Big Six and the Western Illinois Valley conferences, and then we're going to be pretty much finished. Okay, Western Big Six. Looking for a Rock Island Moline score at this time. Geneseo and Galesburg, 43-3. 5-0 start for Geneseo. Feels like old times. Okay. Moline, 28-10. Thanks, guys. Pretty sure you guys posted that one earlier, but missed it in the scrum. All right, so all the Western Big Six scores are in. Now we're down to the last 4 games in the Western Illinois Valley. Still missing 2 from everywhere else. Madison and Oblong, and Phillips and Urban Prep Bronzeville. But other than that, we've got everything else. Except for, okay, missing both here in the Western Illinois Valley so far. Camp Point Central and Brown County, and Beardstown and Triopia. Okay, I found the Central game, so that's 45-0 for Camp Point Central. Thanks, Levi. Got it just about a second before you did there. All right, I got the Beardstown score too, so those are taken care of. There you go, Michael. You got me. You both got me right there. Thanks, guys. Okay. So Beardstown, 38-12. And then that one, now I got the last 2 on the other side of the Western Illinois Valley. Then I will have checked for everything. My dog is being a jerk. Okay, I need a West Central Pleasant Hill score and a Carrollton North Green score. So I'm missing both of those last 2 from that last conference. Okay, got the Carrollton North Green score. That was 42-0 in favor of Carrollton. West Central wins 36-14. Well, gotta say, guys, I don't know if I've ever finished a Friday night score list so fast. That was incredible. Let me check to see if I confirm that those are the only 2 Fridays that we're missing. Yep. The 2 Fridays that are missing right now are Phillips Urban Prep Bronzeville, Madison, and Oblong. So those are the only 2 scores that we are missing from Friday night. We have everything else on the board. Thank you for all of your help. And let's talk a few factoids here. I'll check them over here before we go. Okay. 5-0 teams so far. We've got 55 of them that have made it to the 5-0 mark so far this season. Tomorrow, there are another, appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of those teams playing. So those games are done. Tomorrow, we've got 2 of those games feature, just one. One game features a pair of 2 games, Lincoln Park Sen and Lawrenceville Casey Westfield. So we could have as many as 65 out of the weekend, but if any of those 4-0s lose tomorrow to teams with lesser records, it'll be less. So that number is pretty low, guys. I got to be honest. I've seen it. I've seen it a lot worse than that before. So, well, right now, This is the most interesting number out of the evening for me. We've got 243 teams that are above the 500 mark, and a fairly healthy group of 2-2s tomorrow. But even if they were to all win, and I don't even think that that's possible, I think we're going to have less than 256 teams that are above the 500 mark, which is a really telling sign about 4-win teams. But unless anyone's got any extra questions for tonight, I'm going to close this one down a little bit early, and I think we'll catch it. We'll catch it on the flip side. But I appreciate all of your help. Appreciate all of you hanging out tonight after dark with us. Should be an interesting week 6. If you haven't peeked ahead at the schedule, some barn burners on there, and really, really good stuff. So once again, I appreciate it, guys, and we will talk next week.